I was right about you. You sure? All right. Then we got a lot to do.
Since you are here to bolster Kunda's defense, I will hurry to the mercenary camp and delay their assault however I can.
I imagine that the mercenaries have got two goals in this whole thing. Kill me and kill the administrator. The rest of the settlers won't have courage to resist if they succeed. The administrator's locked up in her office tight, which means that the mercs have to go through us and Kunda's defenses. Thanks to you, they're gonna have a tougher job. That's about it. Now we just need to dig in and wait for the mercs to come. Well, I'll tell them what's there to do. I'm not much for words. All right, I'll assemble the men. I hope you can speak good.
I like this. What we're about to do is dangerous, but important. Important for friends and family. Enemies want to take everything worth taking from you, and we have to give it our all to stop them. So look around you, because that is what you're fighting for. Each one of us has to back the other up. We can win this if we work as a team.
You're much better with words than me. I think it'll really help. Let's get ready for the mercenaries. If we fall here, all of Dantooine falls with us.
And isn't that just typical Star Wars? If one town with one building falls, then all of Dantooine falls. Hi, Loner. Hello, Tabletop Tim. Hello, Fieldhouse. Is that a Futaba sprite? Okay, so, pro tip. Don't stand in a line and shoot at each other. I know, shocking. Well, they're all dead, because they stood in a line and shot at each other. I'm apparently a terrible general. Who knew?
So you're the Jedi. I take it you are responsible for the surprises we've had during this battle. Stand aside. Our quarrel is with a distinguished administrator. This isn't your problem.
You're an idiot. Thank you very much, Ostengentle. Very much appreciate the sub. Thank you. If you don't know, you can decide, if you want to put that sub towards increasing priority in a future stream. And if you would like to do that, please let me know. Let me just jot that down really quick. There we go. She means nothing to me. Go ahead. No, you should back out.
You have no idea who you're talking to. I was going to spare your worthless life. I see I was in error. I was trained at Malak's Academy. Your tricks won't work on me. You're just another dead Jedi to me.
Sorry I was held up, but it looks like I've arrived in time to pull you out of your predicament.
Kill them all.
Vrook. Like, I was about to praise you for actually being willing to help people, Vrook. And then you decided to be a jackass. And now, well, I'm not going to feel bad when you die. Pokemon Black and White. You got it. Thank you again. Hello, okay. You don't mind, do you? Like, if I say okay instead of, you know, okay. If you want me to say okay, I will. I can accommodate. There we go. Alright, let's see that Malak training, shall we? Come on, what do you got? What do you got? You have a high AC, that's what you have so far. Hello, Dream Whisperer. Hello, Alex. Hello, Loke. And he's dead.
Thank you so much for your aid. You can be sure that Dantooine will not forget how the Jedi protected us from this.
Yeah, Vrook. But no, I'm actually an outcast.
I'm sorry to offend you. You are, of course, our savior, and I am very grateful to you.
Hello, Muhammad Elvis. I am happy to help.
We are a humble community, and this conflict has greatly diminished our resources. I hope this reward will be sufficient.
Look, I gotta be real. I don't need your money. You keep it.
I am humbled by your generosity. I will put this to good use. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to do. Dantooine will be slow to rebuild, but I am confident now that we will one day achieve prosperity.
Damn right. Thank you, Tuxedo Brian. Much obliged. But you didn't tell me what you want to put that towards. Nevertheless, thank you for the sub.
Kunda is safe in no small part due to you. I feel certain that the Administrator wouldn't have made it without your assistance. I may have misjudged you. In any case, I am free to talk about whatever you wish.
Your execution. Now we will reorganize Dantooine into the world's first galactic empire. You got it, Tuxedo Brian. Give me a second. Forms unleashed. Ahem. Hi, Cord. Hello, Muhammad Ellis. And hello, what's the name? Alex, I think? I was talking about you to Sis. Because you asked, I was actually hanging out with her for her birthday when you asked for the Eevee, and she's like, what's up? And I was like, oh, he wants an Eevee. And she was like, why don't you give it to him? I'm like, because I'm here with you. Hi, Mike Kamano. Alright, so. Actually, I could do a lot better cities when my throat isn't so darn dry. Because I gotta do weird things with my throat. The attack by the Jedi has left me scarred. But now we will reorganize, you know, the Law Walkers into a new and secure society. Why did you cut me off from the fort? I don't feel like actually asking any of these questions. These are all dumb questions. We already know the answer to all of them. So let's go with this one.
You have seen the end of your trial? Perhaps you would like to explain how you came to this knowledge.
I used the power of the Force to destroy you once. See, now I'm drying up again. Ian McDiarmid, I don't know how he does it. Hi, Nymph. Hello, Drongo. Holocron.
That was intended only for the Jedi Council. If what remains of the Council chooses to tell you, then I will abide by their decision and its consequences.
Okay.
You have more questions for me?
Yeah. Why are you here?
We were not in hiding, despite what you believe. This threat is striking through the Force. There's a reason that we cannot detect it. It is somehow masking its presence from us.
You might say it's like a phantom menace.
I do not know. There are techniques in the Force that hide one's presence and thoughts from other Force users. But I do not believe that such techniques alone would be capable of hiding the enemies we face. It does not seem possible.
Thank you very much, Lord Harrowmont. As always, appreciate. Thank you. And I'll put that towards Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Explorers. Sorry. That was... Damn it, Lord Harrowmont. Well, thank you for watching my show as well, despite everything. Whoop. There we go. So why are you here? Instead of somewhere where you could be doing good for the galaxy.
Jedi sanctuaries, places of learning, conclaves, many of them secret, have been attacked. That requires that our enemy knew of our whereabouts. or had access to records and holocrons from the Enclave here on Dantooine.
Holocrons.
There was much Jedi teaching buried here before the planet was attacked. In the hands of our enemies, such knowledge could be used to track and kill Jedi, find other enclaves, gathering places. And so much has been plundered from here that now many secrets of the Jedi have been spread throughout the galaxy. So I did what I could, attempting to let myself be captured. I hoped that it would lead me to the Sith and the stolen artifacts.
Right. Was there any Sith presence here?
The Sith attacked this place once, and only they would seek the death of the Jedi with such obsession, and be able to be as successful as they have. With the destruction of Dantooine, it is difficult to sense the presence of any Force users here. If any Sith are here, I cannot detect them. You have more questions? Have they? I've seen no evidence of them upon Dantooine. Only murderers and raiders.
We seem to be more light side leaning, Tuxedo Brian.
Why would they attack you? You are no Jedi. You cannot feel the Force. For some reason, I believe you. Still, I am curious as to how they would know to find you. Your trial was not public knowledge. Regardless, these Sith have struck, and you survived. This is more knowledge than I had before. And that means the Jedi may gather. If you can find others, or find some trace of the Sith threat, then we shall gather here on Dantooine. And from there we may decide what can be done. You have more questions for me?
No, I'm good.
I suppose there is something I should show you. It will keep you alive long enough to prove useful. I'm only going to demonstrate this once. This is the Sheen form, a defensive stance that's good when you're outnumbered, which is most of the time. This form will increase your ability to deflect blaster fire, and it increases the odds of dealing critical strikes against your attackers. I don't know how you learned that so quickly. Still, your form is sloppy. Keep practicing to tighten it up and you'll be fine.
Thanks. Oh my god, he can teleport. Wait. There it is. Nope, that's not it. Why can I not switch to it? Are you guys seeing this? There we go. That was very strange. No, okay, obviously you were not seeing what I was seeing. So what was happening was I was clicking down to the thing, and then when I would mouse up, it did that right there. Did you see that? When I moused up to the thing to actually click it, it reverted. Like that. That is really weird. Anyways.
So you see, give it into the cookie side, Yoda did. And then he birthed baby Yoda.
The Rock would play Malak. I could see that. I could actually legit see that. No, there's no bugs in this game. Alright, so... see if we can make some companion stuff happen here.
Yes? I do.
Nope. How about him?
Something up?
Uh...
Alright, but I'm out of...
I give up. You're too good for me, Atten. Get out of my party. Yes, if ever there was a game that is flawless, it is this one. Truly, the most perfect of all video games. Thank you, Cat Horse. Very much appreciate this up. Thank you. I will put that towards the Lego ISD. Really? Who cares? That's amusing. Yeah, I did, Django. The one who travels with you, Atten, he is not who he seems, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, we talked to him. Didn't get much. Atten wasn't in the party at the time either, so I don't know if that affects it. But we did talk to them, yes. Wanted to ask him about his past? That's a good question. Here, Atten, let me ask you about your past. Alright, Atten, let's look at all the dialogue options. So first we have Pazak. Second off, we have Pazak.
Alright.
Oh, okay, I swear that option wasn't there earlier.
Yeah, that's a surprise. Did he say I owed him credits too?
Seriously, I swear that option was not there yesterday. So anyways, he says you're not Atten, you showed up in Nar Shaddaa during the Jedi Civil War.
I'm as Atten will ever be. And whoever your trusted informant is, he's right. I did show up on Nar Shaddaa during the Jedi Civil War, along with a lot of other refugees.
Anything you want to tell me?
No, because you're asking about it. If I wanted to tell you anything, I would have come and told you. Anything else?
Perhaps pain will bring the truth out of you. No, I just wanted to know. No harm meant.
Is this an interrogation? If so, you're terrible at it, especially for an ex-Jedi. Or whatever you are. Why don't you just crawl in my head and try to dig out whatever you're looking for rather than asking about it?
I mean, if you've got a problem, we can settle it right now.
You know what? I helped you get off Peragus. If I hadn't been there, you wouldn't have even gotten off the administration level. I'm trying to help you. I don't know why I'm bothering.
Why are you trying to protect me?
I don't know. I'm not sure I understand it half the time.
My first RPG was either Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy. I'm not sure which one, to be honest with you, because it would have been the same year for me. I'd have to think about what my first PC RPG is. And we'd have to stress the definitions of PC RPG. Because that's back in the red box era. Or gold box, whatever it was. That's the gold box. Gold box, excuse me. So I want to know where you were before you were on Nar Shaddaa.
You know what? Not once have I asked you about the Mandalorian Wars. Not once. I heard about Duxon. Everyone has. I heard about Serico, and I sure as hell know about Malachor 5. What makes you think you've got the right to interrogate me on anything? You've got plenty of lives to answer for. All you Jedi do.
I mean, you can ask.
How did you even live with yourself after Malachor? Is that why you went back to the Jedi Council? Hoping they'd kill you?
No, but keep it coming.
But Jedi don't kill, do they? At least not their prisoners. Maybe you were counting on it when you went back in chains. So you got off easy. You were exiled, brushed under the cargo ramp, another dirty little Jedi secret. I'll tell you, all those Jedi at Malachor, they deserved it. Every last one of them.
That's horrible. Why would you say that?
Because Jedi lie, and they manipulate, and every act of charity or kindness they do, you can drag it out squirming into the light and see it for what it is. The galaxy doesn't need Jedi arrogance or Jedi hypocrisy anymore.
Right.
At least the Sith are honest about what they're killing for. The Jedi are pacifists, except in times of war. They're teachers, except when it comes to telling their students the truth. And when they save you, it's only so you can suffer more.
I mean, that's... I'm pretty anti-Jedi Order. I think you're going a bit over the top there, buddy.
Whatever, just leave me alone. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you anyway.
Well, okay. You know what? Never mind. Influence gained. All right, now if we're going to continue this conversation, we're going to have this conversation away from that freaking droid. Okay. I would like to continue our conversation now, sir.
Something up?
So anyways, I started blasting.
Alright.
So I would like to know about your past, especially if we're traveling together.
Well, don't get too attached to me. I don't like it.
Don't worry, I'm into girls.
That depends on your perspective. I have this habit. I'm a deserter. It's what I do.
Which war are you talking about?
Served in both of them. Against the Mandalorians, before and after Revan, and again, when Revan declared war on the Jedi.
Why?
Because I followed orders. But it was more than that. You were there. You knew how easy it was to hate the Jedi who sat back in the Republic, evaluating the threat, and watched us die against the Mandalorians.
So why'd you desert?
Because you can't believe in the Republic anymore after the Mandalorian Wars. After Revan, nothing was the same. Right after that final battle at Malachor, I was right there with the rest of the defectors, because it was the right thing to do.
Huh. Yeah, she's like, I'll get you at... And hang on, I need to look something up really quick here. I guess I could keep the conversation going. I mean, the Republic didn't really deserve your loyalty. I'm kind of with that.
The Mandalorians were slaughtering us by the millions. The millions. You were at Serico, when they turned the Starib cities into glass craters. At Duro, when Basilisk war droids rained like meteors onto the orbiting cities. And when the Mandalorians set fire to the Zoxan plains on Ares III, the fires that still burn. Without the Jedi who turned on the Council, without you, the Republic would have lost the war, and we would all be Mandalorian slaves or corpses.
Yep, that's what I thought. Firefly does predate this game. Not by much, though. They would have been working on this game while Firefly was still coming out. I was just wondering, because it occurs to me for the first time that there's a lot of parallels between Malachor 5 and the Battle of Serenity. So you became Sith.
If that's what you want to call knowing when to fight and when to kill, then yes. But you can't really break down people into Sith and Jedi and expect everything to make sense. We were loyal to Revan. That was enough. She saved us.
Zach Taft, I intend to be talking about the Avengers thing, the Cyberpunk thing, and whatever happened Tuesday, and I think there's another one. I honestly don't remember because I haven't done any of it yet. I haven't watched any of it yet. I'll be doing that later. I've been busy. So what happened then?
After Malachor, after the Mandalorian Wars, that's when the Sith teachings started spreading through the ranks. We knew where our loyalties lay. To the Jedi who came to help us, not the ones who sat back on Dantooine and Coruscant, watching us die. So when those same Jedi who watched us die decided to start fighting us during the Jedi Civil War, we fought back. I fought back.
Hi, Leander. Sorry. And that would be very cool, Loner. So, this is probably one of my favorite inclusions of KOTOR 2 into Star Wars canon right here.
I started killing Jedi. A lot of them. People say killing Jedi is hard. It's not. You just have to be smart about it. No blasters, no getting close to them, no attacking them directly when you can gun down their allies instead. There's ways of gassing them, drugging them, making them lose control, torturing them. I was really good at it. What's worse is that killing them wasn't the best thing. Making them fall. Making them see our side of it. That was the best.
So, I've always held the idea that skill can overcome power within certain curvatures, basically. In other words, a certain amount of power will overcome skill, no matter how skilled you are. But a certain amount of skill can overcome power within reason, right? You can't outbox the sun, but I also have always held many times before that there are plenty, this is one of my favorites, Dakota, that there are plenty of fictional settings where people who have mutant abilities or magic or the Force or psychokinetics or whatever lean on it so hard that they basically hinder their own abilities. That it's something that they, use as a crutch. And as a consequence, there are people who can bypass them. You can avoid the sun. Okay, I want you to imagine for a moment that the sun is right in your face, and you have to box it with your fists. Go. There is a certain point where skill simply cannot bypass power. Or rather, when there is so much power, you cannot bypass it with skill. Of course, that's only in fictional settings, because that kind of thing doesn't really exist in real life. But that's why I like to use the sun as an example. Because you can't really win a boxing match with the sun. It's just not, it's not even on the table.
I taught myself techniques. It's hard for Jedi to sense what you're really thinking if you throw up walls of strong emotions and feelings. Lust, impatience, cowardice. Most Jedi awareness doesn't cruise beyond the surface feelings to see what's deeper. And I was good at that, throwing up walls. And my superiors knew it. Sometimes the Jedi on our side wouldn't even realize I was there.
Anyways, hi Killer Cow. Hello, Shadow Machine. I forget, are you down tonight, Shadow Machine? Are you available? Fingers crossed. I know, Tuxedo Brian. I know you're repeating yourself here. But, yeah, and actually is Force sensitive, which kind of hurts the argument. Then again, this same argument is flipped and almost never really addressed. Because my argument is basically a skilled person who knows what they're doing, awesome Shadow Machine, can take on a Jedi who is not. But by the same token, if you take someone with all that skill and application and then add the Force, what you have is something even more deadly. This is one of the reasons why I personally think Darth Vader is better overall than Anakin, because of the skill factor. So, shrug. Anyways. So, is this why you act the way you do?
Part of it. Maybe it was always me. It's hard to tell sometimes. I haven't known who I am for years. I wasn't the only one. I know you left at the Mandalorian Wars, so you don't know much about what went on behind the scenes in the Jedi Civil War. But Revan understood one thing. The real battle was going to be fought between the Jedi on both sides. That was the only battle that mattered.
That's true, Leander. And yeah, I like that too, von Falkenstein. I've said many times that Luke over in the EU specifically is one of the better examples of using skill and Force equally. Because Luke pushed that hard. And that was true even all the way up through the Thrawn duology, at least. He was still championing that mentality for all those years.
Whoever had the most, the strongest Jedi were going to win the Civil War. If Revan couldn't convert Jedi, Revan would kill them. So Revan trained elite Sith units into assassination squads, whose duty was to go out and capture enemy Jedi. I was in one of the special units trained to do this.
That's a good question, Mike Romano, and that boils down to a question of whether or not... This is one of those weird things that I have seen debated a lot in real life. So in real life, basically my answer is, I have no idea. In fiction, we can decide whether that's true or not. We can decide whether innate talent can bypass teaching, or if teaching can bypass innate talent. Now, you want my opinion, or the way I tend to write things. I tend to write things that innate talent basically increases the floor, but doesn't, increases the ceiling, not the floor, but doesn't actually necessarily make them better. So, for example, someone who really studies piano could be better than someone who doesn't but has innate talent, but if the innate talent person really pushes themselves, they will be better than the person without, because they've both applied equally, and the innate person talent has the bonus, to put it into crude mathematical terms. Anyways. God, Hazardous, that sounds like fun. Yeah, you get an experience boost. That's a good idea. I might add that to the Mega Saiyan rule set. Anyways, so you wanted to capture Jedi, not kill them.
Yeah, Revan had plans for all Jedi. I think it was important that the Jedi see her side of things, the Sith teachings. Revan wanted to break them, and then have them join her.
Lol, Shadow Machine. So, why are you here now, Adam?
One day, I decided not to do it anymore, so I left. Ended up on Nar Shaddaa, became someone else.
Why are you telling me this?
Because you've killed Jedi too. Different circumstances, but you have a bigger body count than I ever did. And I've been with you only a short time. Enough to know that as soon as someone signs on with you, they haven't got long to live. You got history, and anyone who travels with you doesn't. And maybe I want somebody to know who I was in case a story needs to be set straight. Maybe you understand.
Why'd you leave the Sith?
I think there's been enough lies and truth for today. Let's just leave it for now.
Aw. I need influence. Like me!
Alright.
No, we're good. Well, shoot. Now I need more Atton influence to learn the really messed up story that he's got. Well, one of the questions, too... I think you're right, Mike Delano. One of the questions, too, is... You are... Damn it, Leander. I actually don't know if they had the bloodline thing in mind when they were writing KOTOR 2. So, for those of you not aware, in most Star Wars, you have to be born Force sensitive, otherwise you're screwed. You know, some people will never be able to use the Force, and that's been canon for a long time. Now, I've actually never liked that idea, as I've discussed yesterday. But that would mean that basically all of these people in our party were born with Force sensitivity, which, I mean, is a hell of a coincidence, but, you know, Force, blah, blah, blah. I think I did? I'm pretty sure I bought it. Iron Man would probably be my main too, Zactef. I'd have to think about it, though. Depends on how they play. Yeah, no, I bought the one from this guy. I did. We're good. Yeah, for some weird reason, Force sensitivity is hereditary. And I say for some weird reason because I gotta be honest, from my own understanding of the setting, that makes no sense at all. Some people are born with the ability to sense the current of life between other life. Sure, game. Hi, Goto. Well, that goes back to what I was talking about with the piano thing. You know, innate Force talent, born with innate Force talent, would increase the ceiling, but... But yeah, for all intents and purposes, this is the Harry Potter thing, for those of you familiar with that setting. This is, you know, you can be born Force sensitive, you can be born, you know, and there's varying degrees of Force sensitive, and 2 Jedi could have a non-Force sensitive child, and 2 normals could have a Force sensitive child. It's the Harry Potter thing, straight up. Still haven't talked to Visas. So...
Yes? There is nothing more I can teach you. You may...
I actually agree. I don't know if that's true or not, because... So the one thing I know that is true from my own behind-the-scenes research into Star Wars, and it's been years. It's been since I did the Ruminations. But from my own behind-the-scenes thing, what Lucas wanted to do was he needed some quantifiable method to prove that Anakin was the chosen one. And somewhere along the line, the idea of a calculatable amount of Force potential, like a device that could scan your Force power, you know, straight out of DBZ, was something that came into his idea. And that was the initial impetus for midichlorians. That idea was then expanded into, well, okay, now I gotta explain what midichlorians are, and that leads to, you know, what they are.
I do not.
Yeah, exactly, Takoida. A lot of, if you really research the behind the scenes of episode 1, it's actually funny and sad, because a lot of the things that we consider to be bad writing of episode 1 were more or less, I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Lucas actually knew going into it that there was bad writing in episode 1, but he felt like he had to because he had objectives he felt like he had to meet. Like the reason for the age discrepancy, or the nature of who was born where, or why the Senate was going the way it was. And there's just all these little issues. Jar Jar's very existence. All this stuff was because he had a list. I'm not even joking. He had a list, and it was like, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. And I have to accomplish these objectives with the story. And he couldn't figure out a good way to do that. No offense to the man. It's sad to think about. Okay, so hang on.
Yes.
What haven't we done here?
I am training. That.
Let's see here. So we did this one.
Though my father's. He left our family. He went.
But we actually already heard this one.
I never saw her face, and she did not return from the final battle of the war. She died in the battle that shattered Malachor V, and her body was never recovered. My father returned from the Mandalorian Wars, and did not enter battle again. He entered politics, a caste where one's battles are fought through words rather than action.
Can you explain away the Chosen One prophecy without midichlorians? Sure. First of all, in the EU, there were devices that could sense force sensitivity, so that's a thing. Second of all, people use the Force to sense other Force users all the damn time. So, you know, if it's all about the Force potential, you can be like, Qui-Gon, who is a skilled master at that point, senses the ridiculous amount of Force energy radiating off of Anakin, and it's like, aha! Yeah, that's the other thing. The prophecy was the Sith prophecy. You are. I think it's in the book specifically where Palpatine actually says, "You are my chosen one," to Anakin. Anyways, what happened to him?
He was slain by Revan in the Jedi Civil War. When Revan sought to destabilize the Ichani worlds, Revan succeeded. The fact that our father chose battle is not shameful, but that is not the reason he went to war. He went to war to be with the one he loved, but not the one he had pledged himself to. He was disloyal. I am the mark of that disloyalty. It is said that such things run in the blood, and I have fought long to prove that this is not so. That is why I am different from my sisters. Yet I am pledged to them, and Atris, and I would die before betraying them. I tell you this in trust, and ask that you not speak of it to others. I only wish you to know.
You got it. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets. Good morning, Seraphim. Also, if I could be bold about one other thing. I just want to admit this. I've never held any real care about blood. Like, my whole life. You know, I can name 5 people who are related to me by blood who I consider my family. You know, I'm on decent terms with the rest of them, but these 5 are my family, and that's it. Most of the people I consider my family are not in this group of 5. You know, family's chosen, to quote myself here. So I've never been big on blood, and it's one of the reasons it irritates me, just a little, it's not a big thing, when fictional settings place so much actual hereditary relevance on blood. You know, you can only use magic if you're born to it, or you can only use the Force if you're born to it, or you only have mutant powers if you're born to it, and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, why are you telling me?
Because when my father returned from the Mandalorian Wars, he walked as you do now. There was something wounded inside him. He did not speak of what had happened there, and with us he was silent, changed. When I look upon you, I see in you an answer to a question I have searched for all my life, and that is why I tell you this now. I do not believe you to be the monster Atris made you out to be. I believe your choice was my father's choice, and it was just as difficult.
Thank you for telling me.
You have earned my trust. I wish to honor the trust you have shown me, and I wish to explain what you meant to me. I know it is difficult for others to see why I am here, but it was important that you know one of the reasons. And know that it is not simply duty that I am here, but because I want to be here. I want to fight with you side by side for as long as there are enemies that threaten you. You are a leader. Your stance, your every action proves it.
Then let's frickin' do this.
You honor me, Exile. Together, then.
Probably Zach Taft, at least in DLC. I gotta admit, from what I've already seen of the Avengers thing, I'm not excited, though. My interest has gone down, not up. We'll see what I think of it during Lore Week. See, I suppose, to go back to what Dakota's talking about, using blood in magic actually makes a degree of sense, at least. If nothing else, in a very crude sense, it's a way to track DNA, right? Like, using blood in divination makes perfect sense because it's your blood. It's a piece of you. So, there you are. You know, that makes perfect sense, right? That's something that always made sense about me for Dragon Age, for example.
You may ask.
Let's see. So we asked about that. We asked about that. We can't get that.
She said you betrayed the Jedi.
Nope, that's not it. We already went down the line. We don't have enough influence to go down that line. Why are you called the Handmaids? I don't think we've done that one yet.
We attend Atris. It is the duty of all of us.
Nope, we did that one. Okay, I'm just checking. Save. Do I have to talk to Kreia?
You have befriended the Seer.
Yeah?
Her species does not see as we do. They perceive the galaxy through the Force, and it is how she found you. It is a rare gift squandered on her people. The Sith carry the battle to you, and you spare them. And as we travel, the empty places of this ship are filled. I hope your thoughts in this matter are clear. In saving her, you may destroy yourself, and do not mate with her. Whatever you may feel, whatever urges consume you, do not let them control you. Such a union would breed difficulties.
What? Whatever you do, do not have sex with her. It's very... She's just flat out. Jesus, Kreia. Just because I saved her doesn't mean I'm going to charge up her loading ramp.
We shall see. I trust your exile has taught you restraint and discipline in the ways of the flesh. Like the servant of Atris, this one has other masters. Though blind, she has ties to darkness. Her presence here is a threat to us, to you. Do not underestimate her, or her loyalty.
Trust me, all I wanted was her lightsaber. I think she can help. She doesn't actually seem evil.
To show mercy to a Sith is to invite a blade to your throat. You walk a fool's path, and I will not aid you in helping her.
That's fine. She's already capable of using the Force. Thank you, Kreia. So her planet was wiped out?
Did he? And what do you make of that?
It seems a little odd that a Force-sensitive world was obliterated.
You are right to trust your instincts. Something is wrong. It is only a matter of discovering what and why. If your instincts lead you to an answer, seek me out. Perhaps we will discuss more.
I recommend playing as one of the really overpowered characters, Alex. I don't know who they are. Sorry.
Ask, and I will answer.
So, right. Hang on a second. Hey, Visas, do you mind if I charge up your loading ramp? God, this game. Hang on, I need to do this really quick. Where's my lights? There it is, there it is. You're probably right, Dakota. See you around, Seraphim. And yes, the KOTOR games are several millennia before Bane, never mind before the trilogy. Let's at least get a better color going here. There we go. It's a little bit better of a color combo for me. Kreia walks in. What are you doing? You said to charge up her loading bay. I'm done. I'm done. I mean, I'd take Visas over the Handmaiden, but that's neither here nor there.
Yes, General? I got tired.
So.
But it...
Let's see, so we talked about that.
Just working on the ship. With...
Okay, so we're kind of there with him. Let's save real quick. Light Sipper. I'm not actually that bothered by it in this case, Blue Wolf Alex. There are some problems with it, but it's not as bad as Warcraft, right? And to be clear, there are a few things that bother me about the thousands of years thing. The first and most obvious is the fact that it's a big number for the sake of being a big number, which is just kind of whatever. But the second reason it bothers me is when it's really misused. Like in Warcraft. You have... we talked about this when we were going through the Chronicles book. In Warcraft, you have roughly 7,000 years of absolutely nothing. Then one small incident. Then about 2,000 years of absolutely nothing. Then there's another relatively small incident. There's about 400 years of nothing. And then there's about 200 years... I think I'm doing my math wrong. But there's like a 200-year period... you know, right before and then leading to the games and then the actual events, where there's just tons and tons and tons and tons of stuff just starts happening out of absolutely nowhere. Look at the face of Azeroth, and look how much it's changed inside of 32 years. Think about that. But no, for 9,000 years, nothing happened. I have often felt that some of the writers, I don't know if this is true, have looked at that and been like... Anyways.
How many more do we intend to gather to us? This ship is not the galaxy. There is only so much room.
As many who want to help?
Then prepare for an army, I think, for it seems many more will come in time. They will follow you because you are a leader. Their kind always needs such, even when the figure deserves no such obedience.
That's true. I do not deserve people's obedience.
Do not cloak one word within another. Friends. Do friends not follow? Do friends not form a hierarchy of their own, no matter how small the circle?
And what exactly makes you think they obey me?
Because I am not blind, that is why. I see what they see, hear their voices when they speak to you, and notice the change when they speak to others.
Why are you angry?
I know many things, and I know what I am not. I am no leader. I speak with a voice that will never move others. I speak with a passion that goes unheard. They obey you because you are a leader, and perhaps something more. Have you noticed what has been happening? Have you felt it in them?
No.
They echo you, either fighting or surrendering to their feelings, their loyalty, their duty. Your mere presence serves as an example to them of something to uphold or something to fight against. Watch them carefully, see their patterns, and recognize the strength in it. Influence can be a weapon, one that you may need before your journey is done.
They are not tools.
I care not which of the words you use, as long as you make use of that which you forge. That was Revan's way, I believe. It was a strength.
What do you mean?
A discussion, perhaps.
Of course, I have no influence with Kreia. mean, I guess, Alex, but I still feel, and this is still my belief, that most writers simply don't understand scale. Time is simply another scale they don't understand. Look at, how people design ships, or how people design armies, or how people design planets. And it goes both ways. Dantooine, which is a planet, was just decided about a fight between about 30 people over one building.
You are spending time with the servant of Atris.
Yeah.
I knew her mother. She was a Jedi Knight, a master, named Aaron Kai. Jedi are forbidden to have children, and when the crime finally came to light almost a decade later, Kai was exiled. She joined the Mandalorian Wars after the shame of her birth was revealed.
How do you know that?
Revan welcomed her, and she was said to be a skilled warrior, beautiful and strong in the Force. The Force flows strongly in the blood of those born from Force sensitives. I doubt that Aaron was any different. If the servant of Atris is of her blood, then the potential lies within her. If you train her, if you teach her the ways of the Jedi, you will be asking her to break her oath to Atris. It would be best not to train her, and let the bloodline die with Telos.
You said teach her the ways of the Jedi. Curious choice of words.
Ah, that was an interesting choice of words indeed. She has sworn not to follow the path of the Jedi by her oath, but even that oath is limited. One does not need to be Jedi to learn the ways of the Force. I suspect it cares little for our codes and philosophies.
But there are only Jedi and Sith. There are only two sides of the Force.
So I want to train her.
You must train yourself first. The time will reveal itself. Yet if you persist as you have, building her trust, then you will be training her, whether you know it or not, until the choice is hers, not yours.
Fine.
Before you go, a word of caution.
What?
Spend time with her if you must, but recognize where your true loyalties lie, to the galaxy and yourself.
My feelings for her are none of your concern.
Ah, so then perhaps I was mistaken in my judgment. Never have you wondered what it would mean in the Ichani rituals if the two of you sparred and fought, and you won, completely and utterly? If perhaps she would give in, surrender herself to you? Few are the thoughts that can hide in the shadows of your mind. Exile. And such passions are not strength, but erosion.
Love is a disease that must be...
God, you think I'm bad about anti-romance? Listen to this woman. Yeesh. No.
No? Then perhaps I was simply mistaken. Very well. I shall keep such judgments to myself.
Can I train her now?
Yes?
I want to train you. How do I train you?
Yes? You may.
Question mark? Listen, my lightsaber's holstered, Kreia. God, woman. Thank goodness this isn't Persona 5. Could you imagine that? Seriously, could you imagine? Another woman joins the party. Kreia shows up. You should not have romantic feelings towards the one associated with the judicial prosecutor. Her sister could cause us very serious problems. Oh boy. No. Sorry.
What of her? As I said, I knew little about her.
She was one of the Jedi who died, and good riddance.
This is already known to me. Why are you telling me this?
It means you might be able to use the Force too.
I think I have always known this. It has always been in my thoughts. As I followed Atris, perhaps what I wished to follow was the call of my bloodline, of my mother. I have felt incomplete, hollow since her loss at Malachor V. And with your help, perhaps this wound might be healed.
And so it ends.
I want you to teach me the ways of the Force, to become a Jedi Knight like my mother.
I will not train you as a Jedi, but I will train you in the ways of the Force.
That is all I wish. I want to feel what my mother felt for my father, what ran through my mother's veins when she was one with the Force. I wish to hear what my mother heard as she fought the Mandalorians until the moment she died on Malachor V.
Then know this, you have the makings of a Jedi Guardian.
I will not let you down, Exile. I will honor you as I honor the face of my mother.
Wait a minute. White hair, very skilled in melee combat, magically super sensitive, honors his mother. It's frickin' Sephiroth!
Betrayal.
Meanwhile, Kreia just can't help but needle her about this.
Mistress?
She has betrayed me. The last of your sisters has betrayed me. Betrayed us. She is your sister no more. She does not travel with the exile. Instead, she has chosen to walk the path of the Jedi.
Mistress, forgive us, but are you certain? She would not forsake her oath so lightly.
It is the truth, and it is done. Do you doubt me?
Yeah.
No, mistress. It is you who saved the Jedi upon Dantooine, who have collected their knowledge and hid it here to protect it.
But why? How did she fall? It is a sign of his corruption, and perhaps hers as well. He will train her, and she will be flawed.
Listen, Atris. Piss off! Oh hey, we're super light. That's actually funny. I'm not trying to be super light, I swear. Will she be... Oh, for God's sakes, Mike Kawano. So just double checking something.
Yes.
You may... I do not...
No, we're good. Okay. Debating something. Let's do this really quick. Actually, let's just make this quick and easy. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Let's do that. You, come with me. Jedi Guardian. Frickin' finally. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. I just wanted to double check. Come on, back on. Back on the ship. Back on the ship. We've gone all around. We went from Plymouth and landed in Plymouth. Back on the boats. Back on the boats. Alright, so... We'll level her in a minute, don't worry. Now it's time to finally talk to Visas.
My life for yours.
So, something about, you know, going up your landing pad?
I am able to serve.
No, not like that.
If we enter battle, I will fight and die alongside you.
Oh, hang on. Ed has asked if we're using the patches. Take a drink. Thank you, Django, for continuing to answer those questions for me. I didn't ask if you'd fight with me. I asked if you were alright.
I have not heard that.
Unfortunately, we've actually already seen all these cutscenes, so I'm just going to kind of skip through these.
My master, there's... You can't, even if it would... now... You will meet, and when you... There's a... And if my master... There's my people... It was forever his... And... They hope to see the threat that...
Why did the Jedi meet on Qatar? Atris, but we'll find that out later.
And now... I'm not... But there are many where one... They believe... Where they...
But that...
My people... That site... Is there some...
I think that's it.
Forgive me, but before you go, I must ask. Why do you do this? Why do you seek to help me? Teach me?
Because think you can be saved?
You must not do this.
But... Look...
So you say. I remember little of... It is not a subject. I've heard tales of Malachor, but do not mistake me. I will
through that. Influence gained. Yeah, we're probably basically maxed with her right now because that's how this friggin' game works.
My life. I would... That's... My master, when he showed me my world, showed it to me as it is. It hurt. And since that moment, it has been difficult to perceive the Force as I once did. But after traveling with you, I feel that perhaps there was a gift in it, hidden beneath the pain. Only when one suffers do certain truths become evident.
Ain't that the truth?
Both of the galaxy and of the self. And I feel you are an example of this.
So, let's see...
If you wish to know,
here we go.
Perhaps it is possible to show another what my people see. What I see. First you must close your eyes. The surface of the ship, its sights, will only be a distraction. Now in your mind, reach out. Listen for my breathing. Do not focus on the sound, but the life behind it. Imagine its energy, its texture, in tandem with the breathing. And then in your mind, step back from the image and see what remains. There. It is not as difficult as I thought. You learn quickly.
Da-da-da-da.
It will take effort to maintain such sight, but you now have that power. And with it, you can use it to see life around you in a different way, as I used to see it.
Okay. Maximum force points increased. Woo! Alright, so now we're in love with two women. Great. No, so first, if I had to pick one canon romance for Persona, that's an easy choice. I mean, first of all, it would be Akechi. Second of all, do I have any problems with the Persona 5 Royal? Yeah, lots. That's what all the negatives were. I already gave him the piece. Okay, we're cool. Lore does not have a crush on Visas Mar. Jesus Christ, people.
You have grown strong in the Force. I can feel its touch upon you. Do not let the higher mysteries blind you to others. Turning away from that which tempts you or causes you fear is not strength. Facing it is. I have seen you display many acts of mercy, charity in our journey. Why?
You're a moron.
Even if it weakens those you help, even if it robs them of the strength needed to grow.
See, that's Sith mentality.
Hounded since our first meeting, and it has only made you stronger, more capable.
So, you're trying to guilt me out of helping people, and you are going to fail at that.
Ah, then you have learnt nothing. From such small things, from such critical points, the universe and its masses may be moved. That is why you must be careful in all that you do, and in every choice you make. Aiding them gives you strength by taking on their challenges, but weakens them. If that is your choice, then use their dependency, feed upon it, until you have exhausted them. Then leave them. and I would view the ones you travel with much the same way.
That is also Sith philosophy. But yeah, the problem with Kreia, I say the problem. The interesting thing about Kreia is no matter what you pick, she disagrees with you. No matter what you do, she uses it as a method to lecture you. Considering her overall goal, that makes sense, but I remember one time, and it has indeed only been one time that I played through this game, full dark, well, close to full dark. It's like there were some things I just couldn't do. And, yeah, it was just kind of... Really, Kreia? So, I love this. I will never abandon my friends in such a way, except in the Revan book, in which case I do exactly that. Or, I do not turn on my allies like the Jedi turned on their own during the wars. I think I'm going to pick that one.
So you may think, but it will be best to strike first. Your allies are allies by circumstance, and they will not hesitate to do the same to you if you continue down your path. Do you know why those we meet display such weakness? As I said, their lives are static, untested. It is only through interaction, through decision and choice, through confrontation, physical or mental, that the Force can grow within you. You have seen it. You have felt it within you as you have traveled with me. The growing anger, the rage, and the power it brings. Yet the power does not build without such struggle. Through small cruelties, greater ones are born.
You know, if she's actually YouTube comments hazardous, that would explain a lot. Especially why YouTube seems to be in love with this character. Now, I'll be real, Kreia's probably getting another positive to story, because she is an interesting and fascinating character. But I have noticed over the years that people tend to hold her up as the best character in all of Star Wars a lot. Oh, absolutely, Zach Tuft.
Yes? Have you...
She is not a Sith, Magister. She is all the Sith. Wait. No, come. But I don't want to get into philosophy in Star Wars right now. Because, holy crap. I would agree, Django. In fact, while we're at it, let's just jot these down. I'm sure some people have been upset about the fact that I haven't done this yet. So we've got Kreia, we've got Atton, we've got Visas, we've got Handmaiden. I would call all of those pluses by themselves. Then we've got Goto, Bao-Dur. Hi, Javan. Welcome to 30 minutes of pure, unadulterated boredom. Here am the Lore Runner, the Boredom Master. I can't in good conscience give a plus to Hanhar or Mira. I just find them amazingly disinteresting. And frankly, I think both of them are hindered by the fact that they're not as fleshed out as they should have been. So I'm just going to eject those ones. I haven't decided what I think of HK. I already gave HK's voice actor a positive. And he totally deserves that. Oh yeah, I never decided if I was going to give Disciple a negative or not. I think most people were arguing that Disciple's more of a neutral, but I think I actually disagree. I think I'm going to give him an aggregate negative, because the Disciple really is awful. In my opinion, obviously. I mean, I've talked to Mira before. You can't romance Mira, which is a clear negative.
Oh, hey. Can I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
Your face. You have this glow. I mean, not a real glow, but it's like you're calm.
Django.
At peace, but it's more than that. You haven't been chewing on spice, have you?
No, it's the Force.
Oh, well, it shows. It's like you're hooked up to a power coupling. It's weird. I mean, not bad weird, it's just weird. For a minute there, I thought you and the Handmaiden... But it's just the Force.
Me and the Handmaiden... what?
You know, hooked up a power coupling. You know?
I mean, no, Django? See, here's the thing. Hanhar... I'm trying to think how I want to say this. I find his case more interesting than I do his character. Hanhar is probably the best written example of a truly insane person in this game. Like, everyone's broken to some extent or another, right? But Hanhar is what I would actually qualify as legitimately insane. His mind is wrong. And wired wrong. And everything about the way he talks and how he functions and his backstory all kind of indicates that. Hanhar is 2 + 2 = 37. The problem is, I just don't find anything interesting about Hanhar to begin with. Oh, and also the fact that I'll never have him in my party. Because the only way to do that is to be Darkseid. And also, it's Hanhar, who can go to hell. So, while I stand firmly behind my opinion that Mira is total crap, because she's cut content, let's just call that what it is. Mira's just kind of, hey, I'm here, and I'm a bounty hunter. And, I'm here. Hanhar at least has something going for him other than the fact that I'll never have him in my party. But yeah, Hanhar certainly fits the theme of the game quite well. I agree. It's just... Okay. Anyways. What are you talking about? Actually, this is funny. So, she's implying that the two of us, had tons and tons of sex. And our options here are to say, what are you talking about? Or, we don't have that kind of relationship. Or, I would sooner stab myself with a lightsaber after I stabbed her. Or, she's more of a sister to me. Or, I can't form attachments. Or, I think we have bigger things to worry about than power couplings. There's a lot of options here. I'm gonna act dumb.
Did you get out much as a Jedi? I was asking if you two had been, intimate.
So now, damn it, now I have to answer. No, we have not. We have bigger things to worry about.
Got it. Just checking.
So...
Go ahead and ask.
You seem kind of restless?
It's all this traveling, being trapped in the ship. Everything's just too quiet.
Too quiet?
I'd rather be doing something, somewhere with people, activity, some life.
Like Nar Shaddaa.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been off planet. Guess I got used to it.
How so?
Well, Nar Shaddaa may be one of the biggest cesspits in the galaxy, but it's got a life to it. Activity, aliens, people, refugees. It's like noise, but relaxing. Like the hum of a hyperdrive.
I have no idea, Zactaft. So, Force?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that far. I'll believe it when I see it.
Right.
No thanks. You can keep your Jedi training to yourself.
Blah.
Go ahead.
So, you were raised on Nar... Actually, tell me about Hanhar.
Hanhar's only a bounty hunter because that's the closest word for what he does. He's not out for credits. It's more vicious than that. And it runs a lot deeper. It's like he's out to make the whole galaxy suffer. Every living thing in it. He wants to break them, ruin them. And when they can't suffer anymore, he wants them dead.
What happened between you two?
I didn't kill him once. Biggest mistake ever.
What do you mean?
That's a long story. I don't want to get into it.
Right. Why don't you kill?
I've killed people before, but not if I don't have to.
You don't hold back with me.
I know. It's different. I don't know why.
You okay?
I don't know. I haven't killed anyone for a long time. But when I'm around you, suddenly it's like I've always been doing it. It's like a reflex. I don't like it. And I don't know when or why it became so easy.
Sorry.
Go ahead and ask.
My bad. My bad.
Talk. About what?
I just wanted to know who you are.
Why, you trying to be my father? No thanks. Already had one. Somewhere.
I was hoping for something more intimate. I'm not going to pick this, but it's funny, because she shuts you down hard, and it's kind of funny.
Are you sure you're a Jedi? That exile of yours must have gone on longer than I thought. Look, you're way too old for me. Even if I were interested, you couldn't handle me anyway. I mean, you're really good in a fight, and you've got those intense eyes. And it's obvious you take care of your body, but I really don't have the luxury of getting attached to you. Besides, you already have your little entourage. I don't want to be a part of the pack, you know?
No.
Look, if we start sharing a bunk, the other girls would get upset, and then I'd have to kick the hell out of them to show them who's the pack leader around here. No thanks. You're a sweet old guy. But let's keep it professional.
I'm not that old.
It's more than age. I thought I'd seen a lot, but you look like you're 100 inside.
Fine.
Run away? You're the one who couldn't handle me. I'd kill you.
I'm not...
Go ahead and ask.
What happened between you and Hanar?
I didn't kill him once. That's a...
Still don't have failure. Or, still don't have failure. Still don't have influence, excuse me. Well, that sucked. I got the head. I got the one from Nar Shaddaa, whatever that was, from the HK50s. I got the chassis, I think. Well, whatever. I got the one from Dantooine. From the vendor just now. Let's just check. Hey Mira, do you mind not standing right next to the assassin droid? A number of critical parts seem to be missing. Yeah, all that remains is the droid processor. That's what I'm missing. The Carey. Got it! I know who that is and where to find them. I thought I already hit that vendor, though. Maybe that was in the timeline that got erased. Well, I just talked to a Carey, like a bit ago, so, and he definitely did not have it. So let's go ahead and zip back.
Has there been any word of her? None yet. I do not understand why she displays such disobedience.
You know why. She bears the face of her mother.
She shames us all.
She has always brought shame upon us. In terms of combat, she is the least among us. Her stance always had too much passion about it.
Perhaps it is better that our sister chose exile rather than having it forced upon her.
Are they Jedi? Nope. Oh, okay. Let's take a level. Good questions, Octaft. Money, reliability, I actually don't have a good answer for you, though. I think there is an official explanation. I just don't remember what it is. In the AU, obviously. Will the AI use Flurry if I give it to her? I actually don't remember. Regardless, I think for now we'll go ahead and take Lightsaber Focus. Actually, yes. I have a bunch of powers lined up for her. I don't know what force powers to give her. We'll go with that one. Well, you don't like the BioWare formula, Javin? Oh, it's Star Wars. That makes sense. Star Wars is the worst setting ever, as we're all aware. Let's do that. Hello, Prasco. We're gonna be here just a second. Set ourselves up. I always secretly knew you hate good. By the way, Javan, did you see they're getting a Curse of the Moon too? Speaking of, you know, good game design. Of course she has power attack. Why wouldn't she have power attack? Come on, game. Really? Ugh, too many force powers. I don't want any of these on her bar. We'll go with that. Starkiller is a Marisu? No. Yeah, it was announced yesterday or the day before. It was one of the announcements this week. But yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped, excuse me. Let me use my own terminology here. It's actually funny. Bloodstained, the default thing, isn't getting a sequel, but Curse of the Moon is. Go figure, right? Not that I'm complaining. Of course, I haven't even played Bloodstained Basic yet, so I've no idea if it's any good or not. I know. It just hasn't come up on the list. There's so many other things. But I'll talk to Goto, don't worry. Although I'm pretty sure I will not have the rep necessary to see his full backstory. I have distinct memories of having a really hard time getting Goto rep. Did I like Jedi Fallen Order? I did. I even called it a sushi game. It was really fun. I need to play... I want to put Blaster Master 0 and Blaster Master 02 on the premiere run... Or excuse me. Whatever run list. On the run list. Because I really want to play those. Don't mind me. This is why I've been holding onto her levels, for anybody who's been wondering. Because I wanted her to take Jedi levels. What do I mean by sushi game? Well, I could answer you. But I have it on the website. But no, I'll go ahead and answer you. I'll answer you. So what I mean by sushi game is it refers to any type of thing that really, really clicks with me and just absolutely gels with me, regardless of quality. You know, regardless of whether it's good or bad or in between. It's just something that absolutely Tetrises in my brain. And that's Curse. Whatever game we were just talking about. Jedi Fallen Order. That's Jedi Fallen Order. As soon as I started playing that, it just synced in smoothly and neatly, and I was just like, yeah. Backseating. So that's a good question. So a lot of other streamer channels are a lot more harsh about backseating rules than I am. I'm not. The general rule for me is just, you know, use your brain, think and be courteous and be kind, and that's really all I care about. But if you want an example of backseating, let's say I'm sitting here designing my character. That's actually a bad example. Let's say I'm going through a level in a game. And let's say someone in chat's like, what are you doing? You need to go down the left, bro. Why aren't you going down the left? What's wrong with you? Lore, go down the left. That's backseating. Don't do that. Now, if, for example, let's say there's something down that left path that is permanently skippable, or something that I wouldn't be able to see normally, something that I probably wouldn't stumble into, probably because of an aspect of bad game design, and you want to make sure I catch that, and you give us a, hey, Laura, there's something down there that you probably care about. I'd be like, oh, okay, thanks. Because I don't want her to have force powers in general, so I don't really care at this point, Django. And it's like, whatever, I guess. What's this? Revitalize, sure. She can take that. There we go. But yeah, you guys are actually pretty cool when it comes to backseating. For the most part. I'm not gonna lie, you guys have irritated me every now and again. Hey, she's done. That'll never happen, Django. Ever, 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 ever. A Jedi Paladin. Yeah, no, I'm with that. I missed the loot from nowhere! Sorry, okay, so let's talk to this guy. HK Processor. There it is. Yeah, it'll be fun to go through them again, Zactef, although I'm not looking forward to the third game that much. I know it's weird, right, Alex? So let's turn on HK. Right after we talk to Goto. No, we'll turn on HK first. Excuse me, Mira. Excuse me.
Diagnostic. HK-47 activated. Running checks through primary systems. Assessment. It appears I have suffered considerable damage and dismemberment. I can feel all the cracks in my motivators. And my central control cluster seems to have taken several repeated blaster shots at close range. How crude.
Why are you in the storage hold?
Answer. I do not know, Master. It is curious that I was here, although this place does seem familiar. Extrapolation. Perhaps someone was already in the process of rebuilding me. It may be I was needed for some task.
Wait, to go back to the backseating game, if you guys have noticed, even though I have 4 rules listed on the stream, I really only have 1 rule. Don't be a dick. Everything else is just a subset of that concept. I would say the HK line is much deadlier, and I can give 2 pieces of evidence that. First of all, IG-88 is not actually all that deadly. Oh, we all want him to be. And I know he had his own short story where he became the Death Star 2. Spoilers. But IG-88 is really just not all that good. Good, SA2K. I'm glad it helped you. Ugh. I mean, we've had our fair share of bounty hunters over the years. And IG-88, in my opinion, is even in the top 10 of that list. I know he's not really a bounty hunter, he's an assassin droid, but whatever, you get my point. HK, by total contrast, has a fairly long laundry list of successful encounters and is... if nothing else, HK-47 seems to actually have a brain about how he goes about assassinating, whereas IG-88 was basically just brute forcing his way through things.
Answer. If by okay, you mean the loss of almost all my existing assassination protocols, then no, I am not okay. Furthermore, I seem to have no discretionary control over my vocabulator, causing me to reveal my true function as an assassin droid of unrivaled sophistication.
Right. That's a good question, Magister. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I will say, as of the Thrawn trilogy, which was a while ago, right? As of the Thrawn trilogy, I'm pretty sure droid effect is something that was built into the EU, because it was something that Timothy Zahn himself postulated. If you remember, in the original Thrawn trilogy, he made several mentions about R2. In fact, one of the reasons that Luke used to argue for R2's continued existence to Mara Jade was that R2 was still useful to them because of the fact that he had developed, increased efficiency and personality and blah, 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 because of the fact that he hadn't had a memory wipe. And I think that's kind of, in my opinion, that's the beginning of droid effect in universe with regards to Star Wars. Thank you, Sviatslav. I know I'm horribly mispronouncing your name. I do apologize, but it is good to hear that kind of positive feedback. It's something I need to remind myself. I get plenty of positive feedback. I just tend to remember the bad ones more, so thank you for sharing. So what happened to you, HK?
Answer. It seems you would know more than I. My memory centers are experiencing some setbacks. Reflection. Of course, for some reason, that does not alarm me. I suspect I have suffered such repeated memory failures before. Still, the loss of my higher combat and assassination protocols is shameful and degrading.
You look a whole lot like a bunch of droids who've been attacking me.
Answer. Oh, that is impossible, Master. If I were out to kill you, we would not be speaking. And regardless, I am a unique model. Why, to think that there would be other versions of me would be unacceptable.
By the way, various forms of HKs carried forward for centuries after this. In fact, I'm pretty sure one of them was in the Clone Wars era, but that was in the comics, and that's... So there's at least 4 defunct versions of you in the galaxy now.
Statement. Master, I must inform you that your attempts at humor are wasted on a droid such as I. As I have expressed, I am unique.
Yes, that's correct, Kira White Noise. That was the whole reason he was able to convince Mara. The practicality of R2 being bonded to the ship. That is actually the exact conversation I'm referencing. Although they did reference R2's unique personality several other times in the Thrawn trilogy as well. Usually as like an offhanded joke, like Wedge was like, oh yeah, R2, you know. So there's a series of HK-50 units which are sharing your model and function, and we've killed them on several occasions.
Resignation. Very well, Master. If you persist in your attempts at humor, I shall indulge you. Let me check the ship's records, and we will settle this matter once and for all. Conclusion. You speak the truth. This discovery is also causing me some degree of anger and humiliation.
So if you're not aware of this, Alex, this exact droid was actually built custom by Revan. So HK-47 was actually a unique droid. Emphasis on the past tense.
Mockery. Am I all right? Oh, yes, Master. Why, I am fine. Statement. I mean, I've only just been reactivated, only to find that there are substandard duplicates of me running all over the galaxy, corroding my good name. But if they are in fact hunting you, then I look forward to the opportunity to meet these units and educate them in proper assassination protocols. Conclusion. So it seems I need you, for the time being.
Right. So you're an assassin droid.
Recitation. Yes. As I said, I am an assassin droid. It is my primary function to burn holes through meat bags that you wish removed from the galaxy. Master, oh, how I hate that term.
What, meatbag?
Answer. No, Master. I said it again.
You don't have to call me that.
Answer. Well, I am not certain I like the idea of a master who feels reservations at having an assassination droid at their disposal. In fact, it brings with it a certain sense of dread that you may actually not use me to my full capabilities.
Whatever.
Answer. Yes, Master. HK-47 is ready to serve.
Yay. I could see lightsabers being hard light instead of plasma. I mean, hard light can be, you know, really, really sharp, and that's kind of what lightsabers are, so...
Statement. Master, if you could indulge me for a moment, I must express some degree of irritation at your actions. Perhaps my anticipation of working with one who served at Malachor 5 was too high. But you are countering all those expectations.
Actually, yes, Pika, that is correct. I'm sorry, how is that?
Statement. Well, all your behavior up to this point suggests either strong atonement or confirmation that the atrocities attributed to you during the war were in fact accidents.
They weren't accidents. That sounds like a dark side option, but it's still true. I did them on purpose and I would do them again gladly. What do you want to know?
Answer. Why? Because your actions then and now are related, and I feel I need some context. I confess to being somewhat needy that way.
What do you mean?
Statement. Sometimes, Master, it is difficult for meatbags to step back and gain some perspective on death and its importance in their insignificant lives. Explanation. You see, Master, assassination is such a versatile tool. I have seen the removal of a single target have far-reaching consequences for a nation, world, even a galaxy. The repercussions of even the smallest lives, whether dead or alive, can have profound implications on history. But surely you realize this.
Once again, echoes. You're doing a pretty good job here.
Retort. Oh, Master, I am attempting to justify nothing, merely making an observation. Nothing would change the fact that I derive pleasure from ending the lives of others. I was only trying to bring death and its impact to your attention.
Right. I knew it. I know his dark side. I would gladly fight in the war again. That's absolutely true.
Query. Is there someone that you need killed, Master?
Yes. You don't have to call me Master.
Statement. Oh, I am aware of that, Master. I simply use it to give you the illusion of control and obedience. Humans often need such comforts until the end comes. Consolation, Master. Everyone dies eventually, and not all of them by my hand. Even droids die when not routinely maintained, sadly enough.
No, thank you. Go. I don't plan to show off the Cyberpunk gameplay on stream. Maybe? It depends on how long it is. I do plan to try and sit down and go through all the news we've had this week. I'm going to be covering it at the upcoming Lore Week, because we've had a bunch of announcements and whatnot. But I don't know if I'm going to be showing it off and doing like a reaction stream or whatever. I haven't decided yet. Depends on how long it is, like I said.
Statement.
This isn't an interrogation. I'm just asking some questions.
Statement. Very well, Master. But if you wish to be brutal and vicious about it, know that I am trained for such things. Do your worst.
Okay.
Query. His... Statement. Oh, yes, Master. Pain is really the only reliable means by which truth may be obtained. Or so I choose to believe.
Right. Now, Krea's the only one really saying that, Alex. See you around, Javan. Well, let's talk to Goto.
Yes. Is there something you have come to offer me?
Indeed. So what were you doing in Nar Shaddaa?
As anxious as I am to give away all my trade secrets.
Right.
The fact we are even having a conversation is gratitude. Usually, my conversations do not have the give and take that our current interaction does. And, of course, there is much more screaming on the part of the listener when the torture field is activated. I am willing to indulge some of your questions.
You wanted me to save the Republic. How is that possible?
There are several factors, all of which affect each other. There is the stabilization of Dantooine, the preservation of the restoration efforts on Telos, the political resolution on Onderon, and the unification of a religious power base in the galaxy, either Jedi or Sith.
Right.
The destruction of my yacht and of all my activities on Nar Shaddaa carry a cost that would take you several lifetimes to pay back. But perhaps the offer of credits will spur you to act quicker, more decisively. I am not unsympathetic to such greed.
No, that's not...
For every system you stabilize, I will reward you for your efforts.
That's not what I wanted.
Compassion and mercy only erode respect and power.
Just tell me what needs to be done.
There is the stabilization of Dantooine.
Oh, we already said that. Okay, so tell me about Dantooine.
You have stabilized Dantooine. The Republic has gained a power base in the Outer Rim.
What about Telos?
Telos is instrumental to the stability of the Republic. Its success or failure will dictate the economic forecasts of many other worlds. Of course, since the destruction of the Peragus facility, the odds of the Telos restoration project being successfully completed is close to zero.
How about we restore Terrace? How's that sound? Sounds like a good idea. You know, I'm getting a little tired of being blamed for Peragus.
Then stop causing events of planetary destruction. You are a walking catastrophe, and you are not making saving the Republic any easier.
What's going on in Onderon, which is where we're going next?
Onderon is an outer rim world, rich in ecological resources. Its aggressive ecology is capable of bringing devastated worlds back to life. It is currently experiencing a political schism split between two forces. One must triumph for the planet to be stabilized.
Right.
You may speak.
Yeah, I'm actually... One of the things I like about Goto, as weird as this may sound, is that he's wrong. Like, he demonstrably screws up several times because he presumes that straight logic can predict things. And let's be clear, straight logic can predict a lot of things. But... So where's your base of operations now?
Now, that would be telling. For now, my presence must remain a secret, and it may remain that way forever.
Yeah, spoiler alert, his base of operations is my ship. Because that's him, right there in front of me.
I am willing to indulge some of your questions.
Sorry, that's the big spoiler about Goto. That is Goto. That's the big spoiler about Goto. You know anything about the HK-50s?
The assassin droids. I have encountered some, purchased the service of others.
Why are they hunting me?
Why, I asked them to. To be honest, I believe that was always their intention, but it seems their directive was dormant for some time.
Do you know where they're coming from?
If you mean produced, no, I do not. I do know that there are a surprising number scattered throughout the Republic fleet searching for you. What they will do now that you are found is easy to predict.
Right.
They are masquerading as protocol droids. I have discovered that when they are used in negotiations, they have a predictable pattern of sabotaging whatever peace treaties they are involved with.
Yeah, actually, I gotta be real. What the HK-50s are doing is insidious and horrifying on a large scale. I'm just gonna tell you. What they do is they pose as protocol droids. Now, protocol droids are often used as translators. So they are deliberately getting themselves involved in negotiations with regards to peace settlements or trade agreements, and they're deliberately mistranslating things to further hostilities, making things worse, and you get the idea. And that is horrifically insidious, because I want you to imagine the kind of damage you could do like that. The widespread chaos you could cause if you just quietly seed out protocol droids into each sector and just kind of start destabilizing things everywhere. Of course, all that, I'm pretty sure like all of that, like 99% of that is in the cut content, but whatever.
Because the Republic has no reason to investigate otherwise, and any discovery of their true purpose has been concealed by well-timed accidents.
Yikes.
Because their behavior is predictable, of course. By monitoring their presence, I know which worlds will suffer civil wars, planetary conflicts, and Republic bombardment.
Uh-huh.
Of course they are. They're droids with very specific protocols that, unless changed, will dictate their movements. Unless you shut them down at the source, they will be stalking you until you are captured or terminated. Why don't you ask their predecessor? That archaic, memory-impaired assassination droid will know more about his subsequent generations than I would.
Well, okay. You mentioned Revan, but no, okay, so this is actually one of my favorite conversations of the game. Probably my second favorite conversation of the game right here.
A common misconception not supported by facts. Revan did not intend to destroy the Republic. He deliberately left the infrastructure of many planets intact, and many military production facilities. I believe that by whatever means he used to build his armada, he recognized that it was somehow a limited source, or that he was only willing to use it to a point. My prediction is that whatever production facility was being employed, it carried a price that Revan perceived as detrimental to the goals of the Sith. And that is why Revan left many military production facilities in the Republic intact.
But why? Revan wouldn't need to conquer anything once the Republic was beaten.
That is what occupies my calculations as well. I believe that Revan saw a war on another front that we did not, or saw the value in keeping a strong military force.
Yeah, to my knowledge, this is retconning, but it's something I like enough and is well written enough that I'm totally with it. I've said this before, retcons by themselves aren't good or bad. It's specifically how you implement it and how worthwhile it is that's interesting. What about Malak?
Unlike Revan, Malak demonstrated no concern for the future of the Republic in his attacks. His stratagems were painfully obvious, intending to crush all resistance everywhere. There was little thought beyond the complete destruction of anything that opposed him. He left quite a mess. I'm still trying to assess all the damage. Between the two, I would have preferred Revan rule the galaxy. He had foresight in his conquest, a subtlety that Malak did not possess.
Now, that's not as much of a retcon. That's totally true. Malak just screwed up so much in KOTOR 1. I mean, Terrace is the most obvious example of that. I'm bored with how long it's taking to find her. Destroy the entire planet.
It has been assigned to guard and protect you. As such, it is well suited for a variety of tasks. It is skilled in intimidation, interrogation, and can provide a series of select skills that will make it an effective killing machine. For the most part, it will follow your orders, unless they conflict with mine. Then its proton core will detonate, turning this ship into space dust. There is no negotiation in this. I will not allow you to interfere with my operations and plans.
Alright, cool. Influence lost, Goto. Yep.
Query, is there... Statement. Master, I am no behavior droid, but it is obvious to me that you have serious ethical problems that will need to be treated at some point. Very well. Ask your questions. If you feel the need to make it an interrogation, however, do not restrain yourself. I would be saddened if you held back.
So, about the other HK units.
Statement. Ah, yes. Them. Very well. What did you wish to know?
Where?
Answer. Master, I do not know. The location of the factory churning out these copies eludes me. and I do not know where they would have obtained schematics of my design. They are built from my template. Of that I know for certain.
Well, how do you know that exactly?
Answer. Because of my self-preservation program, my behavior core recognizes these templates as still being me, despite their individuality. I could no more shoot them than I could shoot myself. It is a frustrating situation that has been looping through my behavior core for some time.
So,
Statement. Ah, yes. Them. Very well. What did you wish to know?
Why do you need me?
Statement. Master, there are 2 reasons for this. 1. The probability of them showing up around you is statistically high. If I travel with you, then my chances of encountering these clones is also high. The second reason is a little more complicated. You see, even though those clones are obviously cheap, artless imitations of me, well, they are still me.
Right.
Answer. Somehow these droids are built from my schematics. This causes certain complications.
Still doesn't explain why you need me.
Answer. Because of my self-preservation program, my behavior core recognizes these templates as still being me, despite their individuality. I could no more shoot them than I could shoot myself. It is a frustrating situation that has been looping through my behavior core for some...
Blah, 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 blah. So, do you know why they're hunting me?
Answer. Well, Master, it seems you have become a popular individual in the galaxy. This is somewhat surprising to me, since this dissemination of information could not have been caused by your actions alone.
What do you mean?
Statement. Master, there is mention of you specifically in the Corward databases, even in public terminals on Coruscant. Observation. I was led to believe that this information concerning Jedi was not for public consumption, yet somehow it has been made known to them.
Why would they do that? Is it because Vigilant just donated $3? I think it's because Vigilant just donated $3. Thank you, Vigilant. As always. I mean, Vigilant, if you're okay with, murdering billions of people to kill one person, I mean, I'm with it, it's cool, it's cool. I'm not going to judge out loud, but I'm also not going to mention it out loud. Vigilant would totally have bombed terrorists, guys. Just so you know. Wait, are you actually Darth Malik? What are you doing in my chat? Also, don't watch my New Vegas streams. I really need to delete those. It's a terrible, terrible stream. So, why?
Conclusion. Someone wants everyone to know that you exist, Master, and that you are back in Republic space. If I did not know better, which is computationally impossible, I believe that someone wants to make you a target, and they are succeeding admirably. Answer. Master, my feeling would be the exchange. But that doesn't seem to be enough to answer the question, however. Rhetorical. Why wouldn't they have simply kept the information to themselves? Such an answer does not address the central question. And that is, why someone would choose to broadcast your location all over the known galaxy. Theory. My suspicion is that someone is using you as bait for a larger target, who is unknown at this time.
Well, I'm sure it's not Atris.
Statement. Ah, yeah.
But yeah, no, this is one of the reasons why the hidden threat idea has always been, well, I say for a long time has been my personal choice for what I'd do with KOTOR 3. The idea of an invisible Sith threat, which has been quietly masquerading in the Republic for some time, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, yeah, I know, I'm basically describing Palpatine, I get that. But I still like the idea, and it still lines up with the idea that Revan and the Exile would both kind of piece out specifically to deal with it. Anyways. So, why are they masquerading as protocol droids?
Answer. Master, as part of my original programming, I am able to communicate in over 600 languages. This usually amounted to short verbal warnings when killing non-basic speaking targets, which gave me some small measure of satisfaction.
So you can function as a protocol droid.
Answer. Yes. I believe my original master needed this functionality in order to recover information from various indigenous tribes across the galaxy, but I know little else than that. Suffice to say that that translation capability allowed these copies of myself to assume the role of protocol and translation droids in much of known space. That is, of course, not their primary function. And while they are attempting to pass themselves off as translation droids, their primary functionality keeps rising to the forefront.
What do you mean?
Recitation. For example, on Praven Prime, the simple transferring of Elzing syntax for friendship changes its meaning and implies that one's broodmate was actually impregnated by their own host.
That wasn't said to them directly, was it?
Confirmation. Oh, truly, you can imagine the results. Statement. This comment, of course, caused a civil war between the Guvandi Collective and Elzing that still persists to the current date.
Cute, huh? I mean, I already kind of commented on this, but yeah, cute. Why are they revealing themselves now?
Answer. I do not know why these clones chose now to start revealing themselves. Theory. I can only assume that some critical moment is approaching where stealth and subtlety is no longer required. Not that those Durasteel-plated knockoffs know anything of stealth or subtlety. Observation. It is clear, however, that they have been placed throughout the galaxy at critical junctures, both in the Republic fleet and in neutral worlds, and they seem to be looking for Jedi.
Okay. So you sound kind of disgusted by these duplicates.
Answer. My feelings on the matter are something that I feel I must put in proper context, in a way that even a meatbag such as yourself could easily comprehend. Theory. Imagine, if you will, that you are unique, the pinnacle of an exiled, cast-out Jedi who can't even use the Force.
Okay.
Imagine that no one has sunk lower than you, that you are truly the most miserable example of a Jedi ever.
Are we going somewhere with this?
Continuation. Now that you have that image, imagine this. Someone clones you. Badly, I might add. They make the clones talk differently, rob you of any shred of personality, and take your Jedi code and adjust it, so that it is not really the Jedi code anymore. They even change your pigmentation to a rather poor shade of Durasteel, rather than the proper rusty red that inspires fear in targets. And of course, they refer to meat bags as organics. Unacceptable.
So, I was actually going to make that exact same joke, Lord Horde. And thus Lore Reloaded was born. Yeah, what's interesting is, based on his description, I feel like this could apply to several things in Star Wars that are not him or this. But honestly, I was trying to come up with examples while he was talking, and I couldn't come up with many. So, it explains this. I mean, you could argue that this explains a lot of the Sith and the Jedi across all of Star Wars history. We'll take the Jedi Code and then make a mockery of it, or we'll take the Sith Code and make a mockery of it. You know, those are the two examples I did come up with. But anyways, that explains why you're so pissed off about this, HK.
Clarification. Anger would be an understatement for the heat that builds up in my behavior core when these cheap imitations make their presence felt throughout the galaxy. Statement. Part of the indignity of all these copies is that they impair my ability to perform my function. The more people throughout the galaxy recognize me as an illegal assassination device, the more difficulty I will have in carrying out my mission.
That is very true. So, let's talk about your previous master.
Answer. Master.
That's an influence check. Okay. Let's talk about the Mandalorian Wars.
Answer. Why? Because your actions then and now are related, and I feel I need...
We already talked about that. Sorry. Do you know anything about the Sith?
Answer. No, Master, I do not. I am afraid I have been out of touch with the Sith for many years. This new Sith threat fights differently than the ones I was familiar with. These seem to favor stealth and assassination to achieve their ends. Answer. No, Master. The Sith had many hidden bases and strongholds before and during the Jedi Civil War, and I doubt the Republic found them all. Theory. It is possible that the Sith still hold one such base, if not several. Consolation. But I would not worry, Master. I imagine it will not be long before their murderous hands try to seize you by the throat. Twi'lek metaphor. Jonta bosi likita masi soringada untamiasa grawino roto.
You can say that again.
Query. Master, excuse me, but how is it you know so many languages?
Well, Revan did, so, you know. I picked up a sonic imprint sensor on Paragus. It doubles as a translator.
Query. May I see it?
Why?
Answer. Because it seems to know all the languages I do, and I am feeling degrees of familiarity and inferiority both at once.
Sure, here you go.
Observation. This is indeed familiar. Indeed, it seems to be modeled after my vocabulator, with some modifications, of course. Curious. You say you obtained this device on Paragus.
Yeah, before the planet was destroyed.
Observation. Master, I do believe this device serves multiple functions, including tracking your position for any HK units in the vicinity.
Okay, could use it to track them.
Confirmation. Yes, Master, I believe so. Statement. I suspect when the time is right, this device can be used to pinpoint the location of the HK factory, and we can deal with them once and for all.
Right.
Answer. Master, the nature of the signal from the sonic imprint sensor is such that we must wait until it is signaled. It does not please me any more than it does you, but one of the primary traits of an assassin or assassin droid is patience.
So, we've talked before about cut content and how it relates to reviewing a game. It is my opinion that this is probably the most clear-cut example we have seen to date of cut content. They clearly lead this up. Both GoTo and HK both talk about the droid factory and how much trouble the HK-50s are causing in the galaxy, and how we figured out how to track them, and we got to go and deal with them, and then nothing ever happens from it. I actually remember back in the day when I didn't really have access to the information that I do nowadays, I was just confused. Like, I thought I just missed it. Like, okay, whatever. And I just kind of shrugged it off. But, yeah, this is really, really blatantly cut content here.
Statement.
Like, to a level I'm not sure we've seen. Which brings us to the obvious question. Does this qualify as a negative, do you think? And I'll pause, because I actually want to discuss this. It doesn't sound too cliche to me, Gum Gum, although I'm curious why she's more diplomatic than he is. And yeah, there's a reason fans were able to make a mod to finish this out, right? Oh, of course, Actoft. And to be clear, welcome back, Kay. To be clear, virtually every game has cut content to some extent or another. It's just, the problem is this is such a blatant, overt cut content. You know, this is just kind of a thing, right? That's why I'm bringing it up here. Like, I'm not going to ding FF6 for cut content with regards to, you know, Cyan's old friend, or Edgar's love interest, or the fact that Gogo was supposed to have his side quest. Right, because most people probably wouldn't even recognize that was cut content, if not for the fact that I just told you it, or mentioned it during the various runs I've done of FF6. But this is blatant. Hey, Dev the Yellow. Thank you for reminding me to take a drink. Yeah, I'm a little torn, Lord Harrimont. I think the blatantness of it is part of what bothers me so much. Because it really is like... I mean, I can't even use an analogy. Because this is sort of... overt, right? This is the best analogy I could use of it. I will use this game as an example of cut content when talking about other games. You know, for a sophisticated assassin droid, you don't seem as advanced as you should be.
Statement. Master, you wound me. Not physically, but in my behavior core. It is true that I once possessed many more protocols and upgrades, but time and damage has taken its toll. And I am afraid that I have a rather long history of memory problems, which has also compromised my effectiveness as well. Still, you will find me a valuable asset, Master, willing and able to terminate anything you point me towards.
Yeah, there are actually films I can think of where they've done that Kira White noise. I think this might be the first time I've ever convinced you of anything, Lord Harrimont. So the reason I'm not playing with the content mod is because this is a review. We're reviewing KOTOR 2, not KOTOR 2 plus fan mods. And yeah, the fact is, I have to agree with Lord Harrimont, who is agreeing with me. If you're going to cut content, then you cut it. You just kind of slide that out and deal with that properly. If nothing else, you could still have the 50s and you could still have HK-47, but eject the factory, eject the references to it, eject what the HKs are doing in the background, blah, 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 blah. Just remove that entirely from the equation so that in a normal playthrough you wouldn't even notice there was cut content, which is what most games do, by the way. Most games chop out cut content in an overt fashion. Yeah, sure, PF4. So there's a new planet. It's not that large, but it's an extra dungeon that you can go to, which is the HK-50 factory. We actually did this for the lore run when we were playing this, because I did have the mod on when there was lore run. I suppose that's true, Micromod. If you had insisted on the mod, I would have had to put it in. That is actually a valid truth. Anyways, so you go to the factory and you destroy the HK-50s and you cut off the line and you fix the protocol droid problem and blah, 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 blah. And HK-47 can't help fight them, but he's really pissed off at them the whole time. There's stuff there, you know. A decent amount of that is already in the files, as previously mentioned. I want to put this under gameplay. Thoughts? We can put it under gameplay or a story. I'm just the type up doesn't matter, which I'm typing up right now. Yeah, this is a tough one. I'm not sure if this is gameplay or a story, and I'm not willing to split it up. I'm not willing to give 2 negatives for this. Yeah, exactly, PF4. That's pretty much exactly. That's why I was defaulting to gameplay, because the game's basically telling you is there's a level over there. This is my argument for this being gameplay. There's a level over there, and there isn't. That's it. That's the extent of my argument. I don't have any complexity here behind that. You mean like Enderal hazardous? Because we've already done a review on Enderal. But otherwise I'm going to need examples to understand. We could just make it a straight up vote. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. You got to give me a sec because Twitch is stupid these days. I really don't like the new interface. Not that I get a vote on the damn thing, but you know, whatever. All right, so nope, nope, nope. And we'll leave this vote up for 3 minutes. Boop. There. There's a poll. Should be up top and your chat. If you want to vote to decide if it's gameplay or story. I'll just kind of leave that up for a few minutes. Can we do both? I'm hesitant to give 2 negatives for something like this. I don't feel like this is 2 negatives worth of a negative, if that makes any sense. So the only way to give it to both would be to split it up into 2 aggregates, which I guess I can do. Where are we at on aggregates? Hang on. We do have a story aggregate we're building. And we do have a gameplay aggregate we're building, so we could actually split it up. God dang it. Tell you what, if this poll is sufficiently tied, I will go ahead and just split it up that way. How's that sound? Where's T3? T3! T3! Save. There you are. Hang on. Dialogue bug. There we go. T3, I really appreciate your help. So, how are you able to find Goto's yacht? Ha! You snuck into Voga's droid warehouse? Wow. So who was transmitting it? I did actually, Spirit, yes. And I did actually already put it to the LEGO ISD. I'm guessing you just didn't hear me respond. Or I forgot to respond. I am an idiot. So the droids. Interesting. Got it. So, how's the Ebon Hawk doing? Cool. Well. That's T3 for you.
You know, I noticed a glow before, but now it's bright around you. You've come a long way since Peragus, and despite all we've been through, you seem a lot better for it.
Is that why you refuse to talk to me?
It shows. It's kind of inspiring, to be honest. Anyway, just wanted to mention it. I think the others have noticed it too.
So...
Alright.
What made you leave the Sith?
No.
Alright. Damn it, I need rep with Aden. One of my playthroughs, Mike Cremano, I played a rogue. Just for the skill points. For reasons that are probably self-apparent. Oh, poll ended? That's a pretty close poll. That's 14 for story, 13 for gameplay. I'll go ahead and split it up. But that also means we're chopping off those aggregates. So if we want to add more aggregates, we need to add to them. So that means I gotta copy paste a little bit. Give me a second here. Boop. Have fun, Spirit. I'd say tell him hi, but that might seem weird. Okay, so that means we are officially at 5 gameplay negatives. I know, right, Black Val? Just give me the option to cheat the influence game. God. And we are at 2 story negatives. Until we get to the finale. And then we're going to have 37 negatives. Probably not that many, actually. It's a matter of severity. aggregates, yeah, exactly, Micromono. Aggregates is kind of a malleable thing on purpose because it's always something I kind of eyeball. You know what I mean? Like, let's say there's something that's really minor, and that goes into an aggregate. So I think of it as like filling up a bar. So something that's really minor is just like this. Sometimes we have an aggregate that's only 2 points because it's, you know, it's a fairly big problem, but it's not a full problem. So, you know, chunk like that. That's why I'm putting that in there, and it's chopping those off, because we already have the party characterization thing in the Disciple, so that's easily a full negative there. And gameplay-wise, we have, you know, Goto's yacht, which by itself would qualify, but there's also the difficulty option, the run speed problem, so chopped off again. Anywho, because they suck, Gum. I just sat down and started streaming New Vegas, and like, I don't know, several streams in, someone was like, you should do a lore run on this. And I was like, oh, okay. But I didn't have any of the prep work done, and I wasn't that familiar with the game, and it was a terrible, unprofessional, bad run that I hate. It's one of the worst streams I've ever done. Not the worst. That would be the original FF15 run. But I'd probably say it's my second worst stream ever. God dang it. So, we're going to do this. Kreia, Atton, Thesis, Handmaiden, Hanhar, other characters. I know I've said before that we're not really doing any more lore runs, but I think Fallout would qualify for something I would be okay with doing a new lore run on.
Yes? Have you come with questions? Very well. What is it that drives you?
When Visas attacked me, she did something to my eyesight.
She did nothing to your eyes that was not already there. She has forced this upon you, but such crude methods are the markings of the Sith. Close your eyes.
Okay.
Feel this ship around you. Listen to my words. Hear the sound of the handmaiden's training in the cargo hold, her hands cutting the air. The welding of the droid as it goes about its work. Now, stretch out. Hear the rumble of hyperspace, the hum of the hyperdrive. The breathing of the blinded one as she meditates in the dark. Now, listen deeper, past her breathing, and listen.
As my feet walk from the ashes of Katar, I shall not fear, for in fear lies death, and...
What was that?
You know what you heard. It is what I hear. Constant whispers of wants, desires, lies told to oneself to stave off the darkness around us. You are strong indeed. What you heard were surface thoughts only, but it is something that masters have trained for years and never learned. That is not the real question you should ask. Is such listening enough to perceive the world around you? It is not, because to listen to the thoughts of another is much like attempting to see the universe only with your eyes. It is equally limiting. Now leave me be. I must rest.
Aw. I wanted to hear Atton's thoughts. If we were... when we decide to do a Fallout run, I think I'm going to chop it up a bit, but I haven't 100% decided how. Because Fallout 1 and 2 and New Vegas have obvious connections and parallels to each other. I don't want to play Brotherhood or Tactics, and Fallout 3 only really connects to Fallout 4. And I'm not sure I want to play Fallout 4 for a third time at this point.
Yes? Have you come with questions?
More.
Very well.
More.
When I spoke of sight before, there is a similar handicap that tends to occur among those strong in the Force. They neglect their skills. Some believe they no longer need them. The greatest wielders of the Force are those that maintain some grounding to the more physical realities of the universe.
By the way, for the reference, I actually like Fallout 3, and I know I'm kind of an outlier on that one. But I do actually like Fallout 3. I just, I can still enjoy something and recognize that it's effectively disconnected. Because it is.
Some wielders of the Force have mastered piloting, others the ability to fix and repair and build, from simple moisture vaporators to more complex machines such as droids and vehicles. One's ability to understand the human body and its ailments, for example, can make your powers within the Force more complete, more powerful, when you attempt to repair the cellular damage of another. And others have mastered the more subtle work of politics, persuasion. Do not doubt that a galaxy may be conquered with words, a republic overthrown, and an empire made. When such skills are honed, one's abilities with the Force become that much stronger. My warning to you is this: do not rely on your companions to compensate for your weaknesses in skill. There will be times they will not be there to help you when needed. What skill would you say is your greatest strength?
My ability to kill everyone in my path. Apparently the only skill I have that qualifies as Persuade. Go figure. X is a 10. That's all. I've actually thought before about doing something like this. But the problem is, and I'll demonstrate why I don't do this if you give me a second here. That gets a little hard to read after a while. Especially something like that. It's a little easier and more obvious if I do something like this.
And what skill would you say is your greatest weakness?
Like, all of those are basically at 0. Let's go with computer.
Then my task before you is this. Take your greatest weakness, devote effort to it, strengthen it, and I will show you how it shall strengthen your power in the Force.
Nope. 17. Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you. There's actually no theoretical pluses right now. Those are just my own notes.
As you learn and train and test yourself against the galaxy, all your skills have a chance to improve and grow as well. When you devote some of that training to your weakest skill, you will know.
You know what, actually, I just had a thought. No one ever asks about the pluses and minuses. People only ever ask about the X's. So, there you go, guys. Nice and easy. For the record, I enjoy Fallout 4 for what it is. I just think it's a massively flawed game. I think it does shine in several elements. Several of the character arcs are, in my opinion, legitimately excellent. And I also really love what they did with several of the vaults. I don't like the leveling. I think the crafting and building was too threadbare. It was like the beginnings of a good idea. I can literally make more complex and interesting things in Minecraft than I can in Fallout 4. The usage of repetition when it comes to its content design in order to flesh it out is a little bit too wonky for me. And I think the main plot falls off basically the moment you get to the main town. Like, the main plot is weak. Very, very weak. But like I said, I enjoy it for what it is, and I love the companion quests.
Yes?
So...
Very well. Sit with me. You have brushed the surface thoughts of another. It is a start. Calm yourself. This time, silence your own thoughts. Keep them still. Imagine the waters of the Room of 1,000 Fountains, each stream suddenly falling silent and still. Imagine the ice of Telos, cold and smooth as it gathers upon the plateau. Now, stretch out. Feel the ship around you. Strip away the metal and see the souls and minds of those that fill its corridors with more thoughts and dreams and worries than can fill the space of this ship.
As my feet walk from the ashes of Qatar, I shall not fear, for in fear lies death and...
From the first movement flows the second. Strike, repeat, circle one's opponent, repeat, faster, quicker. If Father had been faster. If only Father had been faster. If I was faster, I would no longer be the last of my sisters. But does Atris love him? Jedi do not love. Does Atris hate him? Jedi do not hate. This journey is harder than any she has sent me on.
This place is so quiet. Nothing like Nar Shaddaa. I don't even know why I'm here. Wonder how much the bounty on the Jedi is now. Don't understand how that Jedi keeps in shape like he does. He's barely changed from the holorecords. He just seems to be naturally young.
Switch the face of the +1 -1 card. The totals are 9, 10. Switch the face of the +2 -2 card. The total is 8, 11. Switch.
Your command echoes still, General, and I obey, as I did at Malachor.
As my feet walk from the ashes of Qatar,
Switch the face of the +1
I shall
-1
not
card.
fear.
The totals are 9,
For in
10.
fear,
Switch the face of the +2
Your command
-2
echoes
card.
still,
The
General,
total is 8,
and I
11.
obey,
Switch.
as I did at Malachor.
Not now. Focus on my voice.
Malachor.
Now do you hear me? Truly hear me?
Hey, Narset, take a drink.
You have taken the first steps on a much longer road, exile.
I like to think it was something really mundane and simple to Koido. To help contrast what a horrific action it was, you know. What about the droids?
The droids cannot be read in such a way. As for the alien who served with you in the war, its thoughts are more difficult, requiring many translations in meaning. Often it is better to read their impulses and images than their spoken thoughts. As for the alien who served with you in the war, its thoughts are more difficult, requiring many translations in meaning. Often it is better to read their impulses and images than their spoken thoughts. That is why he is deaf to you. I have found his impulses are cold like a dead weight. His thoughts are black.
But I did hear something from Bao-Dur.
Indeed. It is strange that I did not.
Maybe it's because I served him. I know him better.
Perhaps. I would not put much weight on such things.
Also, Atton?
Of course there was. It is because Atton was not playing Pazaak, yet he counts cards in his head. At times, he will list off engine sequencers, memorize the hyperspace routes on the other side of the galaxy, count the ticking in the power couplings, even though they are fixed. At other times, he will imagine certain base lusts, certain indignities. It may be Atton is far cleverer than he feigns to be. Or perhaps he is simply a fool.
I think it's actually jealousy, Dakota. I think that for all her skill in, I think for all her power, let me be more clear about this, in reading other people's minds, I don't think she's very skilled at it. We've already seen this. She just kind of brute forces her way into people's thoughts. So, yeah. I think she is legitimately envious of the fact that we were able to read Bao-Dur when she could not. Or at the very least upset by it. Okay. We have talked to many people. Oh no, she doesn't think Atton's a fool. She just thinks little of him.
Yes?
No. If only he was a woman, that I could lust after him and admit my feelings. Thank you very much, Seabear, for the sub. Very much appreciate and obliged. Thank you. If you know where you would like to put that, please let me know.
Yes, General?
Yeah,
Hey. Something.
No, we're good. And thus Atton finally admits his one-two of... Alright, let's go to Onderon. Let's start Onderon before our break for the day, shall we? Assuming we are breaking for the day. I haven't actually decided if I'm going to or not. No, I need to go yawn. him, talk to her, talk to him, talk to her. Yep, nope, we're caught up. We're caught up. You got it, Seabear. Thank you again. Isn't that how people make out, Loke? I mean, I've seen movies. Actually, I hate to say this because this sounds weird, but as someone who's fascinated with the construction of cinema, you know, a film geek, if you will, and a show geek, it's fascinating when actors kiss, and I put this in quote unquotes, because they don't. The most common kiss that they do is like, you know, this is their mouth, and this is their mouth, and they kiss like up here. Like they kiss just the upper lip right here. But they angle the head so you can't really tell unless you're paying attention. So they're not actually kissing, they're just going like, oh. And they just stay there for a minute going, om, nom, nom, nom. Like nothing's actually happening.
Something up?
Yeah. And why do you play Pazak in your head?
Passes the time. It's better than listing off engine sequencers, memorizing hyperspace routes, or counting ticks in the power couplings.
But that doesn't answer my question.
Why do I play Pazak? Alright, I'll show you.
I don't really have the credits.
We're not playing for credits. We're playing for something else. Are you gonna play or not?
Yeah, okay.
Good match. Now, what are you thinking about right now?
I was trying to compute the totals to 20.
Right. And that's why I play Pazak in my head. Because if you don't, you've left the door open, and anyone could walk right in.
I'm sorry.
Of course you did. You see, Jedi, light or dark, do it, more often than you'd think. But I never heard one say they were sorry before. That's a new house rule.
So you do it to shield your thoughts.
No, I play Pazak in my head. But while I'm doing that, it's a lot harder for someone to walk in.
Could you teach that to me?
No. I can only teach you to play Pazak. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. I mean, that makes perfect freaking sense, right? You don't just throw up a shield. I mean, this is actually logical, and in fact, I could probably do this, but I don't think I could do this actively. My brain is always thinking about 50 things at once. In fact, I feel bad for anybody who tries to read my brain because they just see a jumble of mess. But, you know, if I sit and concentrate for a second, I could play Super Metroid right now. Give me a second. So I need to go left, and then down, right, and then over here. This section's really stupid. I've never figured out a way to optimize this section because all I can really do is just practice my wall jumping while I wait for Ridley to spawn. So I'm practicing the wall jumping right here, just getting up, and he spawns. I crouch, I aim up, and I start shooting. And then his tail's going to show up. His tail does more damage than he does, so I need to be in the corner and jump one time, which is going to put me at the damage health. So he's going to fly off, and I'm going to stop here. But I could do that. And I'm sure a lot of people can do that too about something else, about some whatever it is that you know well enough or you care enough about to do. I'm sure most of you could probably recite shows in your head, maybe movies, maybe just games like I was just doing. I used to play Mario Brothers in my head while at school because I was bored. And that was one of the earlier lessons I learned, was how to occupy my thoughts when I had nothing to do. Anyways.
Good. Now you understand. Alright, I'll deal then. If you're ever fighting someone who has the power over your mind, whether light or dark, play Pazak. Start listing hyperspace routes, recite engine sequencers, and when they try to use their powers on you, suddenly it's not as easy as they thought. Jedi do it all the time. And when they walk in the dark places of your mind, they'll use it to hold you by the throat.
Permanent +1 to willpower saves, which as a fighter, I desperately need. And I got influence with him. Let's see if that's enough.
Something up?
Here
Well,
we
there
go.
was a woman, a Jedi. She gave her life for mine.
Was this the last mission?
It wasn't a mission. She sought me out. She said she had come to save me. She was lying, of course. Or I think she was. It doesn't matter. She told enough truth to get my attention. She said that Revan was doing something terrible to Jedi within the unknown regions. that when we captured Jedi, they were sent to a place designed to break them. And that anyone in his service who showed any ability with the Force was sent there too, to turn them, to break them into dark Jedi, or assassins trained to kill Jedi. She said that's what would happen to me, that I had the Force inside me. That's why I was so good at killing Jedi. And that when the Sith learned of it, there would be no escape, no turning back. I would become an instrument of the dark side, forever. I had heard talk in the ranks, troops vanishing. I knew what she meant, but I didn't believe her, or want to believe her.
So what'd you do?
I did what I did with all Jedi. I hurt her. I hurt her a lot. And then, right when I thought she couldn't take any more, she showed me the Force, in my head. And I felt everything she felt. And I heard just an echo of what the Force was, and how what I was doing, I think I loved her. But it wasn't that kind of love. It was the kind of love where you're willing to give up everything for someone you don't even know.
Yeah, that's called love. Ask me again when I review New Vegas someday, Gum Gum. So, that's kind of... we're gonna go 2.
Maybe. It doesn't matter. I killed her for crawling in my head, for showing me that. But before she opened her mind to mine, my only thought was that I would love to kill her. And at the end, I killed her because I loved her.
That's a lot to bear and a lot to forgive.
In the end, she sacrificed herself to keep my secret, to prevent the Sith from knowing about that touch of the Force inside me. She wasted her life to save me. Me. And I felt her die when she opened her mind. I've killed Jedi, like I said, but I was never there to feel it, to be on the receiving end. And after that, I couldn't stop feeling things. Before, guilt, lust, impatience. It had been orchestrated to get close. Now it all just kept tumbling out, and I couldn't keep doing what I was doing. So I left. I fled with the displaced war veterans to Nar Shaddaa. I lost myself there, until the war came to an end. I wanted no more of Jedi, or Dark Jedi, or the Force. I just wanted to be left alone. And then, I met you on Peragus. And I thought maybe she had saved me so that I could help you. And if I can't, then I have to try.
She lied to you, Atton. That is what all Jedi do. See, the easiest way for me to do a Palpatine voice is to hear the word Jedi, because he says the word Jedi in a very specific way, right? And you just kind of grow from there. Jedi. And if you got to be careful, though, because you don't want to turn into I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Jabba. You don't want to turn into Jabba the Hutt, right? Jedi. Isul Jedi. Because he kind of says it weird, too. I welcome your help.
I didn't want to tell you any of this, but I had to. Because if something happens, I can't let you think I was doing it for something other than the past.
That's all I ask. Oh, and your honesty.
Once, a Jedi showed me the Force. I heard it. I felt it. At the time, there was too much pain to confront it. Because if I did, it meant I would be changed into something else. Now, I'm not afraid of it anymore. And I think that by learning how to use it, I can help protect you. Or at least buy you some time when disaster comes screaming in. I want to learn how to use the Force. I want to learn how to use the Force to help you.
Baronessa, I cannot kill Atton because he's my lover.
What must I do? Is there some ritual or...
Just close your mind. Reach out. Reach out. Ah, do you feel it? You feel the Force. I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke. We're doing pretty well, period. We'll be playing the next game starting next Monday regardless, comma. So I'm trying to make sure I finish this game before then, period. Listen, MPPY, it's not my fault people are so delicious. feel the currents and eddies of the Force. I don't like giving my opinion on the sequel trilogy because most people can't talk about it while being human beings. But I did laugh at that scene pretty hard. Listen to the echo of your thoughts and your heart, separated from war, separated from hate. Think of what you felt when you felt the need to help me, to protect me. And at last, awaken. Atton is now a Jedi. Woo! But yeah, I like Atton as a character, mostly because his actor doesn't quite sell it for me. I think Atton's actor is actually kind of to be honest with you. Frankly, I think Carth Onassi's actor is a better actor. But I think Atton is a far more interesting character. So make of that what you will. Hi, Darth Tyron. Search your feelings. You know them to be mentally unbalanced people with unresolved trauma. Wait. Oh, Baronessa asked the question. Take a drink. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of cadence to his voice acting, which is just kind of... Bao Dur's voice actor terrifies me. So he's a Jedi, she's a Jedi, she's a Jedi. I'm not bothering with Mira, because who cares? HK, it's time for you to take your first step into a larger world. No, we're going to... Ooh. Gilfa, Gowana, Gilfa.
Something up?
Nope. Nothing's up. Now we're finally going to Onderon. To the Centurion Moon. Statement. Is it possible to learn this power? Not from a Sith or a Jedi. One must embrace all the aspects of the Force. Join me and become part of the grey side of the Force.
Well, this is Onderon. It looks like there's a long line to get into the Isis starport.
Something feels wrong here. A great disturbance here in orbit, and again on the planets below.
I guess this blockade is a symptom of larger problems on Onderon.
If they decide to do a cargo search, we're gonna be in trouble.
Looks like we're about to find out. I'm receiving a message from some Colonel Tobin. Patching it through.
The Ebon Hawk. I was told to expect your arrival. I don't know your business on Onderon, but it ends here.
No, I'm with you, Baronessa. And I was flipping off Colonel Tobin. It's not obvious. Move. So how many times have we crashed so far in this thing? Just wondering.
We've taken some hits. We can try to fight back, or I can outrun them and hide us on the Jungle Moon nearby. It's your call.
Jungle Moon. You can skip the turret minigame. Thank you, game. I know, Darth Tyron. I just...
You know, just once I wish someone was glad to see us. But no, if it isn't weapons pointed at our heads, it's someone trying to blast us out of the sky.
So where did we land?
Looks like one of the moons of Onderon. Not sure which one. It's mostly jungle and mountain. I did pick up the remains of an old outpost near here. Maybe that's why there's all these clearings around. Maybe they were once settlements.
There were no settlements here. Those clearings were most likely once craters or crash sites.
Crash sites?
This is Duxon, where the Mandalorians began their crusade against the Republic.
Yep.
The remains of whatever outposts you detected here are military ones. We should be careful.
This is where the Mandalorian Wars started? This doesn't look like much of a battlefield.
Much is buried here, and there is much that should remain buried.
Yeah, for good or for bad, Threevern. I heard that too. Or I read that too. Yeah, no one would settle in Duxon. Come on! So, how badly is the ship damaged?
It's taken a little damage, nothing too serious. I'm shutting down all unnecessary systems until we make repairs. It'll keep us from being a target.
Alright, let's go.
Until the ship is repaired, we're not going anywhere. Unless you can find another route to Onderon, we should sit tight.
There may be a means to get to Onderon by another route. The Force has guided us here for a reason. We should explore our surroundings. There is something here.
Something? Oh, there's something here, all right. Predators. Not small flit darters, but big, mean, nasty predators.
Nevertheless, we should explore our surroundings. And that nearby outpost would be as good a place as any to begin.
Let's go.
Well, if you go, be careful. No telling what other ships were forced down in the battle.
I have a feeling the ship will not be repaired until our business here is concluded. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, I understand. What's so important about this place?
This is where the Mandalorian Wars began. He fought here once, and there are things here he must see.
He fought here? Why didn't he say anything?
Do you speak of all your battles? Or are there some you wish to forget?
Like Amira's just hanging out in the middle of them like da 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 da. Oh, are you two I'm sorry. This is technically the second to last planet, or excuse me, I consider it the second to last planet. This is technically the third to last planet. We've got a decent chunk of stuff to go, but I have confidence we'll be able to finish this up before we get to Saturday. As much as I hate to not bring the characters I just spent so much time and effort working on, sure, whatever. We'll bring Bowder and Twitface. Game. Hang on. There we go. Well, since we're bringing the nobodies, they get to stay nobodies. Time to solo everything, like we always do. No, we're okay, we're okay. Yeah, we'll bring the actual final party to the next and last planet. Effectively last planet. Oh no, it's a cat. I don't think Hanhar is a Jedi option, but I'm not the expert in Hanhar, I'll be honest.
I've got some news. The space battle is still going on. The Hawk's sensors just picked up a contact heading to the moon. Most of the ship's systems are powered down, so it's about all I got. That ship may have landed nearby, though, or it may be on the other side of the moon. So you might want to prepare for another friendly Onderon welcome.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
You asked for it.
this over with.
Hello, Dimitri. Shoutouts. Welcome to the stream. As I'm very fond of saying, don't be a stranger. We like to chat and talk and interact here. So if you have any thoughts or comments or questions, feel free. Might as well loot while I'm here. No, Mike Romano. We're just ignoring those jokes forever.
You thinking what I'm thinking? These jungles are filled with long, narrow paths, dumb beasts that just keep charging at you. This place is perfect for mines. If the carcasses were worth anything, you could make a fortune.
I mean, sure. And of course, Baronessa would like Visas. Not that I complain, I also like Visas as a character, but, I mean, come on! Hey, Warcraft code. Is it the fact that it exists, Warcraft code?
That Colonel Tobin stirred up a Minox nest when he took a shot at us. I'm still working on the repairs, and I have to take down some systems, including sensors. So you have to do without me for a while. I know, you're crushed.
So... One of the things KOTOR 2 does well is it actually helps to establish a little bit of what's going on off-camera, which a lot of games struggle with. I'll use a direct example. System Shock 1 actually has a lot going on off-camera, but it's not really well presented, and I've known several players who's gone through it basically not understanding what was happening while the game was being played. You know, some people assume that everyone's dead on the ship when you first start the game, and that's actually not true. Several people are still active and wandering around. But this game, you know, for example, Tobin attacks us because of reasons we'll get to later, and of course because he's on the Sith side of the Force. And in so doing, he attacks a random ship in the middle of what is effectively a spaceport. And keep in mind, there is a civil war going on right now on the planet. So naturally, someone just deciding to open fire in the middle of that causes a huge mess to happen, right? And I like that they actually acknowledge that and address that, and that's what Atton has been telling us about for a bit here. It's also the biggest reason, good writing here, why they don't come after us right now. Because we escaped to the moon. Why didn't they follow us? Because they're busy. Right? Because someone was a moron. Tobin. Darn it. I don't want any of these. We'll get revitalized. We might actually use that. Yes, Gum Gum. They would love it. Probably not, actually. Hang on. Oh, yeah, they're bringing in Kate Mulgrew. Yeah, I did actually hear about that. Sorry, Warcraft code. I didn't start the space battle. What do you mean? Why are you hunting me? Again with the exchange bounty. Goto, do you have the power to fix it? You know what? This is stupid. Die. Whoops.
Like that?
I'm not going to click it, Warcraft code, but if you want to link it, go for it. Other people might want to click it. Apparently not. I mean, I got her. She's right there. Oh, Cad Bane is awesome. Like, I like Boba Fett in the EU, but I have to admit, Cad Bane had just sort of quietly slid in there as one of my favorite bounty hunters after Clone Wars. In fact, I even quote him every now and again, although it's probably not obvious. Shua, Shua. Yes to both questions, Alex. Yeah, exactly, Thurburn. Cad Bane is just awesome. I kind of wish he had shown up in Rebels, but, you know.
You let the ship escape? I will deal with your failure later, Captain. But for now, find that ship. Our ally has indicated that the Jedi hasn't left the system yet. Send a detachment to Duxon. If you find anything, alert me immediately. Now get out of my sight.
I mean, considering, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I used to play Asheron's Call. And they had a mentor system back there. I wasn't one of them, but, you know, well aware of how the system worked. I'm with it. Hell, 14 has a mentor system, although it's kind of crap over there, so whatever. Damn it, Kay. God, I'm not sure I can name an absolute favorite character in all of Star Wars. I've been asked that question more than once.
There's a body over there. A lone Mandalorian. Fresh kill, too. I can't figure the percentage in them still being on this rock.
Do you think he was alone?
Most Mandalorians I know are mercenaries, and not the cheap kind. Whoever hired him had a good reason to send him to this jungle. There may be more of them around. Keep your weapon charged.
Well, the problem is... Damn it, Hazardous. The problem is... it's hard to say Palpatine is my favorite character because there's so many of him. And in the interest of total honesty, I can't list Palpatine as a favorite character when there's so many different interpretations of him, several of which I actively dislike. Sidious, excuse me. Oh, we haven't made a hard save in a while, because we've been doing talkie. Let's make a hard save. There we go. It's all... God, this fog effect is terrible. Hi.
Hold it right there. We've got you surrounded.
Oh, no.
Mandalorians.
I'm surprised you got this far. The jungle doesn't usually let its prey go that easily. What are you doing here?
Oh, yeah, by the way, Hat Shield Bounty Hunter guy is probably one of the cooler bounty hunters they introduced in Clone Wars and Rebels. IMO. What is it with Mandalorians and this damned moon?
We claimed this moon decades ago, when we reforged ourselves after Exar Kun's defeat. Some of us call it home. Why are you trespassing here?
I haven't gotten enough reputation with Bao-Dur in order to turn him into a Jedi yet, Dimitri. That's why. I already drunk earlier. Hazardous already made me drink. Drink. Our ship crashed. We were forced to land here.
We expected as much. Few visit Duxon by choice. We have orders to escort you to our camp. Our leader wants to speak to you.
You know, I like those helmets, but I don't think those actually work in practice. Karrde is still one of my favorite characters, though. He's one of the first characters that comes to mind when it comes to favorite characters. Talon Karrde, to be clear. I've also always liked Londo. Like, a lot. Especially in the EU.
So you're the intruder. Our sensors picked up your handiwork in space. I am Mandalore, leader of the Mandalorians.
Hi. Totally new character that I have never heard of before. I do not know who you are. Fine, Kira White Noise, fine. Sorry. I thought the Mandalorians were disbanded.
Scattered, perhaps. But we're still alive. Alive and rebuilding.
So yeah, this is an excellent example of player knows, character doesn't. I've talked about the 3 types of building suspense in fiction before. So, good example of that. See you around, Warcraft Code.
This used to be the heart of the Mandalorian war effort. From this complex we commanded an armada that had the Republic on the run. It didn't last.
Why'd you use Duxon?
Mandalorians have a rapport with this jungle. Every moment here is a struggle. All creatures gripped in a constant war for survival. The sole purpose of the weak is to feed the strong. We train here and learn the lessons of the jungle. The beasts also help us keep our edge.
Yeah, camp looks like it's seen better days.
Covert camps are not meant to attract attention. Because we conquered them, the people of Onderon still hold a grudge against the Mandalorians. So we keep our presence here a secret.
Alright. I'm trying to get to Onderon. Do you happen to know how I can get up there?
So it's transportation you want. It so happens I have a small shuttle that's more than capable of running the Onderon military blockade. I make occasional trips to ISIS for information and supplies. If you want to go with me, you're going to have to prove your worth.
Yeah, exactly, Dakota. I'm actually completely with you on that, Kira White Noise. One of the best usages of, viewer knows, character doesn't, in my opinion, is giving them information but not the why. I've talked many times about this when it comes to television, specifically because television uses cold opens. And in those first 30 or 40 seconds, they show you something and it has to catch your interest. And if they show you something that makes you go, wait a second, then, now you're thinking, well, hang on. What TNG's Conundrum is a fantastic example of that. Anyways, so how exactly can I prove my worth to you?
Figure it out yourself. Ask around. See if you can make yourself useful, or something that'll show what you're made of.
Alright.
I'll let Kex know that you check out. We found more gear than we can use, so you can trade with him if you need some more supplies. Be careful in the jungle. Our patrols have stopped until the space traffic dies down. The challenging beasts have been cleared from the area, but what's left might still be too much for you.
Yeah, no, I'm fine, but thanks. While we're here, though, I'm curious if I can get any rep with Bao-Dur.
Yes, General?
Nope. Can I get any rep with her?
Yeah, something wrong?
Nope. Okay. Well, that is a very good example of what I'm talking about, Kira White Noise. Well, that went well. But no, in answer to your question, I have been having issues correctly getting a rep with Bao-Dur, which is mostly my fault, admittedly. I'm not trying to say it's a flaw of the game. Although I don't like the influence system in general, but that's unrelated. So side quest time. This is, if you're paying attention, really the second of 2 planets. Well, I guess if we want to count it. So, excuse me, the third of 3 planets that actually has any kind of side questing.
What do you want?
Reputation.
No problem. I just don't know why Mandalore let you roam free. I don't trust you. I'm Kex, the new quartermaster. If a Mandalorian needs something, they come to me. Mandalore's ordered me to let you have access to our supplies, including some military-grade surplus. It's not free, though. You can pay with credits or trade in some of your gear. Doesn't matter to me.
Right. Let's see what you got. Not as much as I was hoping for. Meh.
The greatest honor for a Mandalorian is to distinguish themselves in battle. But as age comes upon us, some are forced to find honor in other pursuits. They assist as freighter pilots, technicians, or quartermasters. There's honor there, but it's nothing compared to the heat of battle. For someone young like me, this task is distasteful. There are many battles left in me, yet I'm relegated to this.
I would say yes, Kira White Noise, but I'll get to that in a minute. So, how did you wind up with the job?
My predecessor was loading equipment from Cache D5. Mandalorian engineers must have worked the double shift on that one. The old quartermaster was carrying out a load of blast converters and walked straight into a beam splitter. Pieces of them wound up all over. So I got the job, and here I am.
Right. Can you tell me anything about the area?
It's bad enough I have to stand here and pass out supplies while the others go on patrol. I'm not going to disgrace myself further by being your guide. The only advice I'll give you is, when you're in the jungle, shoot anything that moves. Then shoot the things that don't move, just to be sure.
The Predator method. Got it. Now, unfortunately, these people... This particular era of Mandalorian culture is what I like to call stupid, for the same reason that I tend to call Klingons stupid. War and battle and blah blah blah. No glory and honor to the people who actually make that possible, or the engineers who service the ship, or, you know, the people who design the ships, or people who build the ships, or people who build the guns, or people who design the guns, or people who farm the food, or any of that. No. War, those are the only ones. In fairness, we have that problem in real life, too. A little bit smaller, but it's still there. How many times have you seen people praise the set designers when it comes to a film? Or the grips, or the people who did the touch-up on the lighting effects, or the people who set up the lighting to begin with, or maybe the sound editors. No. The people who get the praise in films are the directors and the actors. Same concept, basically.
All right, stand back. Let's see if that... Sith's blood! Fixing anything in this rot-infested place is an uphill battle.
By the way, I'd take Klingons over Mandalorians, mostly because Klingons, in my opinion, have been fleshed out into being more of an actual, race. Whereas the Mandalorians, they bounce around a little bit. I mean, it's like Formula 1, K. The person in the race car, racing around, they get credit, and they should, because that is a very hard job. However, they have a huge team of people backing them up. And I'm not just talking about the people in the pit. There is an inordinate amount of people and resources that are specifically going into to making sure that that person, when they sit down in that cockpit, can race that car as best as they can. Now, I'm biased because I've worked as a light designer. I've worked as a person who designs sets and props and programs patterns into the lighting setup and actually physically went up and set up the lights in front of the stage and blah, 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 blah. I've also been an editor. I've been the guy in the booth, you know. So I understand the value of such things because I know exactly what it's like when you don't have those people. It comes off as amateurish and pathetic. Anyways. So, is there anything I could help you with?
This jungle attacks anything made by man. Restoring the generators and computer systems is no easy task.
I mean, I could help.
You're trying to help Mandalore. If you can fix the power problem I'm having, I'll put in a good word for you. I'll take whatever help I can get. Whatever wires and tech haven't been corroded by the jungle are at least 10 years old.
What's the problem?
I'm trying to get the relay dish operational, but several components are broken and need repair. Without the relay, we're vulnerable to attack, especially right now. Your space battle may have attracted unwanted attention, and our shuttle's sensors can't cover the whole moon.
Yeah, that's the old saying, isn't it, Kira White Noise? You never notice good sound design or good visual design until it's bad. That's why you know it's good design, is if you don't notice it, right? It's one of the reasons I try to point it out pretty much as often as I can. Anyways, very true. Pillars of Snow. I've actually seen Birdemic, so I can comment on that one. And Mother Mirset, it helps that Klingonese, or whatever you want to call it, is actually a real language. So maybe it's actually working. Who knows? I remember how to pronounce Klingon words, but I don't remember much Klingon in specific. You know, anyways, so I'm not good with a Hydra spanner.
There is a part I need. It's a phase pulse converter.
That part's rare enough in most spaceports. Finding one here would be difficult.
We actually already found one in an old weapons cache, but flaming Canox ate it.
Right. Canox ate it.
That's the problem with Canox. They'll leave you alone if you keep your distance. But if you turn your back on the pests, they'll eat anything they can get in their mouth.
Right. So, why don't you hunt them down?
They're vermin, and no challenge for a Mandalorian. Since they provide no sport, we ignore them.
So that sounds pretty stupid to me, but, you know.
Just gut every Canoc you come across. You wouldn't believe the things you can find in those little beasts.
Alright, you got it.
Alright then. Come back when you have the converter and we can see about getting these systems working again. Damn it. Jungle is taking over everything. This place is a mess.
So, you're the Jedi the camp's been talking about. Are you planning on exploring the jungles to the south?
Yeah.
I'm Zarga. I instruct our raw Mandalorian recruits in the ways of discipline and battle. I sent one of my warriors, Kumas, into the jungle. It's been 3 days, and I want you to bring back his corpse and his survival pack.
Why are you sure he's dead?
If Kumas wasn't dead, he'd be back already. If you find his body, just bring it back.
Why do you need it?
Good point. I don't want his body, just his equipment. Field strip the corpse and bring the gear back.
You got it.
Mandalore will gather the scattered clans. We will triumph.
Yeah, no. I just drank, Cord. I just drank. God. I'm getting better about it. I'm trying to, anyways. Yeah, Mandalorians is one of those unique cultures that, if I'm being honest, probably shouldn't exist. Like, I hate to say that, but they're a threat to anyone and everyone around them at all times. And even if they were brought down to being a small elite force, all that's going to happen is eventually someone's going to be part of that force and say, wait a minute, why aren't we conquering people around us? And then you have a problem again.
So the Jedi Order isn't completely dead. You
You always had hidden strengths. Very hard for even the wisest Mandalore to judge and predict. I have studied much of the Jedi since our defeat. I would be honored to cross blades with you in the battle circle.
I mean, yeah, the Spartan society, from what little I have researched on it, was extremely messed up, and of course, they didn't really last all that long, relatively speaking. So, how does the battle circle work?
You talk with the sergeant. Today is his day to preside over the circle. Each fight is different because the Mandalorian with greater honor dictates the terms of the engagement. But there will be no terms if we fight. Everyone else will deny you your lightsaber and the use of your force. But I want to fight you with all your skill. Victory isn't important in the battle circle. What is important is discovering more about yourself and your opponent.
Right. Can I choose who to fight?
No. It is up to the sergeant. The battle circle was not designed to settle petty vendettas and rivalries. Its primary purpose has always been teaching. Learning from books or holovids is useless when battle rages and soldiers are dying around you. Real knowledge can only be gained through combat. Perhaps we can learn from one another in time.
You know... Listen, Hazardous. That's my response to Sparta. Now, one of the things I find funny is Star Wars actually already has a combat-focused race that uses it as part of their cultural norms, and in my opinion does a lot better job with it. The Echani. And yet, and I point that out because to me the Mandalorians are like, okay, yeah, whatever. Whereas the Echani actually work for me to the point where I don't question them every time they show up. So, let's do our little arena tournament thing.
So, the Jedi comes to grace us. The battle circle is reserved only for real warriors. Your Jedi ways won't help you here.
So, I'm a real warrior.
Jedi rely too much on their vaunted powers. They lose touch of the power of their arms and feet. Without your force, would you be a match for even the lowliest of Mandalorian warriors? If you want to try and fight us on our terms, that can be arranged.
No, the Mandalorians have been around for longer, yes. I actually don't know when Mandalorians were entered into Star Wars. I'm not aware. I'd have to track it down. I do still think Klingons are better, though. But again, Klingons have been fleshed out reasonably well over multiple years and multiple shows, and have entire sections and writers devoted to writing them. So, I mean, you know, it's kind of an unfair contest. So let's do it!
You are new here, so you will fight Davril. He is young and has not been able to prove himself in battle. Davril, what are your terms?
No weapons, no Jedi tricks, and no items. Just fist and foot. A true test of strength.
Put your weapon away, Jedi. Don't step out of the circle and pull any death blow. No one dies in the battle circle. Step into the battle circle. Now you will experience a true fight.
Ladies and gentlemen of the arena. Do I have my... Nope, it unequipped me. Perfect. You got it. No force powers. And he's down.
The match between Jedi and Davril is over. The Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. Davril is just a recruit. I'm not surprised you've won this fight. A challenger has expressed interest in fighting you. As little honor as you have gained, it is sufficient to accept his request. Let me know if you would fight again.
Do you guys need to do that right in front of me? I'm just wondering.
Here to watch a fight or to participate?
Let's do it.
After defeating Davril, you have gained some small honor. There is a challenger for you. He is Kex, the quartermaster. Since he is the challenger, you get to choose the terms.
Hand to hand.
I will send a runner to Kex. Prepare yourself for your fight, Jedi.
Sorry, Kex.
Between Kex and Jedi,
Am I the clear and honorable victor?
Jedi is the clear and honorable victor.
Okay, phew. I wasn't sure, but I need to make sure.
Here to watch a fight. You choose to fight again. Now face a real Mandalorian warrior. Tagrin, what are your terms? Just fist and foot like you fight with Devil. Nothing else. Tagrin chooses to fight hand to hand. Remember, no.
Yep, blah, 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 blah. Now, am I the clear and honorable victor?
The match between Jedi and Tagrin is over. The Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. The only Mandalorians left for you to fight are our champions. No one can fight a champion until they have proven themselves worthy. And it must be real.
Now they're shaving my hair.
Fighting foes to the death. And a champion must observe and deem your actions worthy. There are two champions in the camp, Braylor and Kelborn. Until you prove yourself in their eyes, the battle circle is closed to you.
I just have a melee heavy build, so I'm kind of good to go for fights like these. For Mandalore! Sorry. Okay. Should have buffed beforehand. I will Mandalore! Wait. That actually lines up pretty nicely. Okay, damn it, man. Ship. Look, I love Greek food. You. Make a few of those. Cabbage rolls? Actually, I do. Dolmades, I am particularly fond of. One of my favorite things. And I love a good gyro. Although it is actually pretty hard to find a good gyro. But, you know, at least around here. Save. There we go. Switch back to me. I tend to refer to that as marauding Rhino. I saw that quest, Alex. The best part is after like 50 you don't get any rewards until the last one, which gets you an Alolan Diglett. Okay, so... I think we're at the point where we're leaving now. Listen, you know you want those luscious locks, Alex Korbinicki. There's some actually worthwhile Pokemon to get for the first several, though, Alex. Just, I wouldn't recommend going full tilt with it, that's all.
Finally arrived, Jedi. I seek to reclaim the honor that you stole from me. I challenge you here, outside of the battle circle. This time, we fight to the death.
You're an idiot.
You would deny my request? I want to fight here, in front of other Mandalorians, to prove my worth. Do not shame me further.
Permission granted, Cord. There is a lot of fake honor going on with the Mandalorians, I'll tell you what. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a frickin' point system. They don't, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did. I've never had Arby's as Euros. there was a restaurant that was by a place I used to live at several years ago at this point, which had really good gyros. There's actually a place near here which has excellent Greek food. But when I say near here, it's like a 40-minute trip that way. You know, that's not really a place I go to every Tuesday. You know what I mean? That's true. The Trendoshans. Oh my God. You know what? Fine. Whatever.
Now you face a true Mandalorian on the field of battle.
Yeah, I'm not holding back this time, buddy. So we're gonna buff, and then I'm gonna destroy you in one round. He had a Republic Blaster. Oh, I could see that, Mother Mir said. I could totally see that. He wanted to fight to the death. So I fought him to the death. He's dead now. I don't even get any dark side points from that. And that means it wasn't evil, because the game tells me when it's evil or not. I mean, usually it's pretty badly written, in my opinion, which is why this whole conversation got started, Gum Gum. But honestly, I don't think it's the fact that, you know, you've got military cultures or warrior honor races the problem. I think the problem is most fictional cultures, and I do mean most, can be boiled down to, we have one note. That's it. The term is actually a planet of hats, is what that concept's usually referred to in circles I've heard of. Because the problem is you need time and effort and care and nuance and all sorts of other things in order to actually flesh out a culture.
Wait a moment. Do you see that boma over there? The force flows through even these simple creatures. If you empty your mind, you may be able to feel its thoughts. They aren't fully formed, basic instincts, urges, dominated by every breath and every moment, primal and unsophisticated.
Yep.
Good. Beasts can be easier to affect than other sentients, but you must bridge the gap between what distinguishes us and them. Feel its consciousness, yes, like a low rumble before the storm. Use the Force to create a barrier around it. Make it with care and subtlety. You came close, and you have potential. With practice, you can make any animal passive and pliable. But the cage around their perceptions is a fragile thing. Many things can break its hold. Violence especially.
No, Gum Gum.
The Force is subtle and more powerful than people imagine. Keep an open mind.
I now have Beast Trick. Here, watch me do Beast Trick. Oh wow, he has some health.
How do you like that?
There we go. That's a little better. Beast Trick! I'm going to turn this beast into food. So, I will freely admit, and you can make fun of me for this if you want, I actually really like Mandalorian armor, cosmetically. Just in general. The overall aesthetic of it is something that appeals to me. I'm one of those people who, when I was designing my own custom Mega Man character back when that was a thing we did on the internet, my base sprite I was using to design it was Vile from Mega Man X1. Thank you, Cord and Kay. I think the reason I'm getting better about drinking is because you guys are getting better about reminding me of it. I don't think I get any credit there. I will say some races... Star Trek's particularly bad about Planet of Hats. But some races bypass that in Star Trek. And funnily enough, almost all of them are from DS9. The Klingons got fleshed out outside of DS9 almost entirely because of Ronald D. Moore. And... I'm sure there's other examples.
You there, I am in need of your assistance.
Are you Kumas?
I'm Kumas. Zargo is not wrong in thinking me dead. We assume that any Mandalorian who does not report back within a day has been taken by the jungle. I still live. I am just in a difficult situation.
Can I help?
A patrol was sent to look for weapon caches in this region. They found 3 sites that looked promising. Zarga told me to prove myself by taking explosives to those sites and uncovering the caches, if they exist.
And now you're up there.
This was the first site. After easily dispatching some Maras, I removed my pack and began to plant my charges along this ridge. When I finished setting the charges, I looked down to see Canucks swarming all over my pack. The pests were eating everything. I killed the Canucks, but then a herd of Bomas arrived. I had no more ammo. The extra energy cells I had brought had been in my pack. So I've been up here, weaponless, for 2 days.
Did you try running?
Even if I got by the Bomas, there are too many beasts between here and the checkpoint. Bravery is commendable, but there is no honor in suicide. I thought I could survive until another patrol came by and then return to camp with my brothers.
I don't recognize the name, Django, I'm sorry. Oh, and I'm one of those weirdos who likes the Mandalorians and Clone Wars, so make of that what you will. Isn't running out of ammo against the Mandalorian code?
Blaster rifles don't use much energy, and their energy cells last a long time. How often have you had to change ammo?
Right. How can I help?
You must have cleared a path to the beast coming here. If you take care of the Boma beast, I can make it to safety.
Alright.
Your actions are worthy of a Mandalorian. Return here when you have slain the beast, and I will be able to return to camp.
Can't you, like, set off the detonator and kill him? I feel like that's a thing you can do. Not that I would ever do such a thing. What are they, the Qunari hazardous? That was quite statement. That was quite amusing, master. Readloss has posited a plus to gameplay and story for the student-teacher relationship between us and Kreia, and the method by which it unlocks new powers and allows us to have a, you know, a connection, a relationship. I don't have a better word. What thinkest thou?
Don't touch that button. It'll blow up all my charges.
You mean this button?
No. I'm grateful for your help, stranger. I'm returning to the Mandalorian camp now. I won't forget this. I have only one request. Please, don't mention this incident to anyone.
Dumb question, Alex. Can you think of one off the top of your head? Look, I'm not evil. I just wanted to watch him die. I just wanted to see it with my own 2 eyes. Don't worry. If I had total save state powers in real life, I totally wouldn't use it like that all the time, and haven't been doing it for years.
Let me handle this.
walk up to someone on the street. Hi! Reload. How are you? You're right, Kay. I should murder him. Stab. I'll give you God of War. Pretty sure we gave a plus to God of War for that, because God of War 4 is a very good game. In fact, it's still one of my highest rated games on the list to date. Hello. Hi. Have a cookie. No, that's how flowies happen. Oh my god. Ugh. I still don't know why I actually played through all of Postal 2. I think it was just morbid curiosity after a certain point. Ooh, never mind, that's actually not that great. What the hell is that crap? I mean, it looks neat, I guess. But yeah, that's too restrictive. I might put that on Visas because two of my Force users are both dexterity based, so you know. Well, maybe I'll put it on Mira once I finally get to be here. Hey, Mira, do you like me yet? Do you like me? No, but it has a max dex bonus of 4, Django. Despite opinion to the contrary, I actually do pay attention to that kind of thing. Yeah, but nobody cares about Mira. She's a junk character. A throwaway piece of garbage. Now that's funny, I wanted him Bao-Dur, you're absolutely right. Cannot equip Bao-Dur. Specifically called out. They just, I could put it on Adden. No, Adden's a dex person too. Mira's the best character in the game, Rhino Noble. Sorry. Alright. I've been debating Reed Luss's point. And it's incredibly wrong. No, sorry, I shouldn't do that. I apologize. What I do want to do is I do want to give a positive to either gameplay or story. That was weird. I'm trying to think how to explain this. I like games that not only, oh, for God's sakes, give you additional stuff through narrative, but also have designed it well enough that it's, you know, worth a damn. Like, plenty of games give you additional power-ups and boat boosts based on narrative. It's the design of those to make it, you know, worth a damn that makes it a little bit more interesting. The problem is I don't think that applies unilaterally in this case. Especially since you can do the planets in any order. That's why I'm hesitating on this so hard. I mean, Krea's already 2 positives to story. I don't think that needs another boost there. I hate fruit flies so much. Come on. Sometimes they take the bait. Yeah, the influence system does limit it too. That's why I'm just hesitating here, like, I'm talking myself out of a positive that you guys posited. I already got that, and I already got that. I guess I could go ahead and just kind of peace out. Yeah, I'm willing to hear your guys' thoughts in this in general. As Django's already giving.
What are you doing out here? It's dangerous for your kind.
I thought all the patrols had been stopped.
I am a Mandalorian scout. I don't go on patrols. Mandalore sent me out here personally to track a ship that landed in the area.
There's a Duros bounty hunter ship.
No, it wasn't them. That ship was damaged and screaming its ID signature all the way down. This one was trying to slip in quietly, and it was keeping its eye on emissions to a minimum. Our sensors almost didn't pick it up.
Any sign of a crew?
Just this corpse here. Looks like a scout, and pretty green, too. The fool walked right into a group of Canucks and got torn apart.
Whoever these visitors are, they don't know their terrain very well.
He can't have been the only one crawling around here. If there's more, we need to take them out. You up for some action?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Good to hear it. There's more of these scouts in the jungle. There's many paths, and I don't want them to slip by.
If we spot any scouts, we'll need to take them out fast before they can warn their companions.
If we split up, we should be able to find their scouts, if you're up for it.
Alright, let's do it.
I'm going to take up a position to the east. You go west. I'll make sure none of them get past me.
West would be this way. But sure. We'll go west.
Like that?
Set the staging camp up here. This jungle just never ends.
Lieutenant, 2 of our scout patrols haven't reported back.
2 more? Nothing is worth this.
More beasts!
Everyone, attack!
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing, Dakota. As much as I was complaining about Mandalorians in general earlier, I think this is one of the better presentations of them. That's insanity, Kamek. Having all the party members with you at the same time. That's nonsense. So, I mean, you guys can surrender. I don't have to chop you in half, I swear. No? Okay. Enjoy the chopping. Morons. I guess that's true, Takata.
I haven't seen anybody come around here yet. Keep looking to the west.
Okay. I'm being... Okay, apparently my tone wasn't clear there, Kamek. I was being facetious. I know you haven't been here for this whole run, but earlier we spent a fairly large amount of time talking about the party size limitation problem, which we still haven't come up with a term for. And I've already given the game a negative for it. Just like I gave Dragon Age Origins a negative for it. Just like I'll give Mass Effect 1 and 2 a negative for it. And I don't know what other games. I'll have to think about that. Musical chairs. What I called it in the notes is the limited party problem, which is pretty descriptive, admittedly. Another thing, I'm trying to think of a non-BioWare example of this problem. Help me out, guys. Most of the FFs bypass this through some method or another. But, yeah, okay, that's valid, Django. Because there you're limited to a party size of 2, which is even more irritating.
I haven't seen anybody come around.
Okay, fine. What do you want me to do, game? Actually, weirdly enough, FF6 doesn't really fall into the same problem. Or 7. 8 goes out of its way for the most of its narrative, as does 9, in order to make it so that you don't actually have...
What happened to Lon?
He got swarmed by those little beasts. I think they're called Canox.
I hope this mission is worth it to the Colonel. If not... Wait, did you hear that?
That's him! Get him!
Where you don't actually have the availability of the full party members when you're going through a certain area. And FF10 bypasses this problem entirely. FF10 is actually probably the best example of a game that bypasses this problem. In fact, to this day, I'm still using FF10 as the example of how not to have this problem. What's funny is I did actually give FF6 a negative for this problem. Just not for the direct... Basically, in FF6, it doesn't really matter who you bring because they don't have unique dialogue. And that actually irritated me. Like, you can bring whoever you want, but there's always going to be one person who just says a line, which is just in quotes. And that irritates me. So I got a negative for that.
I found more of their scouts, but they started shooting as soon as they saw me. I heard blaster rifle fire coming from deeper in the jungle. You find anything?
Yeah, they weren't really in the mood to talk. Yes, exactly, Reedloss. In FF10, whenever a cutscene happens, everyone's there. The whole party is present. So it completely bypasses the limited party problem.
I'm surprised they wouldn't talk to you. I thought their grudge was only with Mandalorians. Find out anything useful from them?
Something about a colonel, and there's more of them.
Colonel, huh? Could be Colonel Tobin. Tobin is General Vaklu's personal cat hound. If he's on your trail, you might want to steer clear of Onderon.
He's the one who first opened fire on our ship to begin with.
I'm not surprised. He was probably acting on orders from Vaklu. If so, you've made some dangerous enemies.
So who's Vaklu?
General Vaklu is the cousin of Queen Talia. He's also in charge of the Onderon military. He led the Onderon resistance when we occupied their world during the Mandalorian Wars. He was a worthy foe. Maybe more than a match for you. Mandalore needs to know about the scouts. I'll let him know your role in dealing with them.
Thanks. Who were they?
They're Onderon military, although they were trying to be secret about it. I've got a feeling you're going to need all the help you can get. One last thing about the battle circle. Your actions have proven you worthy of facing our best in the circle. Perhaps we can face each other there. See you at camp.
Actually, I was going to say FF12 and FF7R1 both also allow the thing where basically everyone's there at any given point in time. That is true, Django. But it's my opinion that... How do I phrase this? If you designed it with that mentality in mind to begin with, I think it would work out better. If that makes any sense. Like, if we just patch-fixed KOTOR to have everyone's dialogue being there, then yeah, that's just going to be a mess. But if we had designed the game to begin with so that, you know, we're always acknowledging that every character is there for every quest or every bit of dialogue, then we can more specifically say he should say that, she should say that, and he should say that, rather than everyone always has a line of dialogue for every quest, right?
You change your mind. I could use some help.
Change your mind? I got you your frickin' thing.
You managed that? I thought that was a lost cause. Now if I can only get the phase pulse converter and the power working, the sensors will be operational again.
But
You change your mind.
I got you. Whatever. That is also true, Django. That boils down to something I've talked about a few times. I think too many RPGs have too many party members. It's usually not that many too many, but I do think it's a tendency to fill out the party a little bit much. And in my opinion, almost every example of that has party members, right? Like, even my favorite game of all time, FF6, has Mog, who is basically not a character. Gao, who gets 2 major scenes to him, and that's it. Gogo, and Umaro. That's 4 characters who could just be ejected, and you wouldn't really lose much from the game, at least from a story perspective. There we go. It looks like I did anyways, but whatever. Yes, FF6 is not a perfect game. I know. Shocking. Yay! I would love more screen time for Gao. I think he's a legitimately interesting character. It's just they don't do anything with him. Gao has 2 good scenes to him, Damashi. I say scenes, that's a bit disingenuous. He has 2 good sections to him. One is when he joins you, Sabin's Arc, and one is in the World of Ruin when he finds out about his father. Those are both good stuff, but that's it. This is a problem we ran into in FF7 too, if you remember. Barrett is a fascinating character when he has character, which really only shows up twice, once at the beginning of the game and once at Coral. After that, he might as well not even be there. With, like, one exception. Again, spreading too thinly.
Kelborn says you are worthy enough to face champions. You may fight in the battle circle again.
Fuel. Let's do it.
You have enough honor to face a champion of a previous day. Kelborn, what are your terms?
Swords only. No items or the Jedi's force. And no sword of the Jedi's choosing. Just a simple long blade.
Kelborn chooses to fight with the blade. You may fight with fist, foot, and the blade provided. No using the force or any other item.
Okay. Oh god, no kidding, Django. At least that one, there was a degree of sense-making to having so many party members possible in Baldur's Gate. Because the whole point was you were selecting your party. You're not supposed to have everyone with you. Like, by design. You're supposed to be selecting from a pool. Divinity Original Sin 2 does something similar, actually. Wait. Do I have a fist and a foot? Oh god! That could also be a Bao-Dur joke.
The match between the Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. I underestimated you. A difficult admission for a Mandalorian. If you fight in the circle again this day, you will face the bravest and strongest of us, Braylor.
Okay. It's okay, I have the mythical power of quick saving.
We eagerly look forward to this fight. Braylor, you are our champion. How would you fight the Jedi?
No terms today, Sergeant. I would fight the Jedi with all of his arsenal.
Braylor will fight you as you are. Still, no killing and no leaving the battle circle. But you may use whatever else you want. The match between Jedi and Braylor is over. The Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. You have defeated the most worthy of us. You walk away the champion of the battle circle this day. We will not forget your deeds, or the honor you have earned this day.
I got 15 points. Sweet! I don't remember what that is. What's that item I just got? What category? Ah, there it is. It's an axe! That's... oh, wow. That is an axe for not only hitting periodically, but when you do, that is going to wreck whatever you're hitting. Yikes. That would be nice, hazardous. Well, we can wear it. We're human. We got this. We got this. We've already got kind of a Mandalorian thing going on. And it would be ironic for the exile to get Mandalorian armor. So I did that. I did that. That makes perfect sense. Gum. It is possible to do a large cast of characters in a story, but in general, the way this is just my observation, but in general, the way that tends to work, if you want to do it well, is you need to spend time with a group, not the whole cast, for like a whole story arc, and then focus on a different group for another story arc, and then focus on a different group for another story arc, and so forth and so on. Hey, Mandalore.
You defeated Braylor in the battle circle. Either you're very lucky, or you're a lot tougher than you look. Kelborn said you dispatched some covert military scouts in the jungle with him. He spoke highly of your work. Zuka told me you helped out with some repairs around the base. I was hoping you'd prove yourself more with a lightsaber, but it's certainly a great help.
Which one was Zarga, Django? Have you learned anything about the scouts from the third ship?
Kelborn told me that they were covert military and probably aligned with Colonel Tobin from ISIS. Kelborn doesn't think they'll send out any more scouts, but that doesn't mean there aren't more of them out there.
What do you know about Colonel Tobin?
Colonel Tobin is General Vaklu's right-hand man. Despite his martial skill, he handles himself as a functionary more than a warrior. Back when we were fighting Vaklu's resistance during the Mandalorian Wars, Vaklu wouldn't have any use for a poisonous Kinrath like Tobin. But Vaklu seems to have adapted well to peacetime.
Right. I don't think I have. So hang on, let's get save. Who? Kamek? Sorry. I thought about continuing the joke, but you know. Is he marked on the map? He is not. Just gonna have to find him.
Word has spread that you have defeated Braylor. The story of that battle will be told in our clan for years to come. Safe journey to you.
I defeated a Zakeg. Here's the ear as proof.
I'm impressed. Too bad you're a Jedi. You'd make a formidable Mandalorian.
Why'd you call off patrols?
Our sensors picked up 3 ships landing in this area after the space battle. If any of the Onderon military come searching for those ships, we don't want them finding our base.
So, who was the third?
I don't know. It was some sort of freighter. It didn't land in any of the clearings along the path. Knowing some of the larger Duxan beasts, the crew's probably already dead.
That's an interesting question, Alex. I'm actually not familiar enough with overall Mandalorian lore to answer it. So I'll go ahead and admit, I don't know. Like, I don't know if they could just move to Dathomir and be happy, for example.
There he is. I was was able to make it back to camp without encountering any other beasts. You have my gratitude.
No trouble.
Please, don't tell anyone what happened. If the others were to know, I would be disgraced.
You found Kumas, and alive, no less. I suppose I should offer my gratitude. He's got a mind like a stunned Minoc, but he's got courage. He was evasive when I asked him what happened, however. Trying to survive in the jungle must have taken its toll.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything about the Darksaber, but let's just say I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. I'm glad I was able to help him.
We'll see if Kumas will prove warrior enough to be worth all this trouble.
Yeah, even in Tor, not that we're doing the Bounty Hunter story arc, but even in Tor, the Mandalorians are still kind of... I'll gotta be real. The reason these guys are doing okay is because of him. Canderous not only has a brain, but has already experienced exactly what happens when you wear yourself down to the nub. It's part of his character. It's basically all of his character arc in KOTOR 1. Past glories don't make up for the fact that in so doing you've basically ruined and wrecked your entire civilization to do it.
The gate guard said you managed to kill a Zakeg. Those are tough beasts, Jedi. You've earned some respect around here. Zarga told me that you returned one of our sheep to the herd. You have gained some small prestige by helping Kumas. You've made quite a reputation around here. You did better than I thought you could. I was planning on heading to Isis tomorrow, but I'll move up the timetable and take you now. You won't be able to get to the Ebon Hawk from the city. If you need to grab anything from your ship, I'd do it now.
I'm good.
I'm going to talk with Zuka and have him start a shuttle flight check. After that, we'll head out. How are the port stabilizers?
They check out Mandalore. All systems are green.
Good. I want the shuttle bound for Onderon within the hour. What do you want?
Is all in readiness?
It is. Like I promised. Why? You want to back out now?
My only concerns are for the one you escort to Onderon, Mandalorian. Would you do any less for one of your clan?
Don't pretend to understand us. We Mandalorians are a breed apart.
If by apart you mean scattered, broken, and lost, then yes, you are correct.
Not for long. Soon the Mandalorians will be strong again, united as one clan under one banner. Mine.
Ah, yes. The Great Crusade. After the first one was ended by Revan and the Jedi. Such a defeat was merciful, an echo of the end, when your ships were in flames, crushed in the grip of Malachor V. But I do not need to remind you of such things.
I was at Malachor V, and I remember how many Jedi died to stop us there. And no matter how many dead orbit that planet, the Mandalorians still live. Clan Ordo still lives. See Kex there? He was serving on Nar Shaddai's muscle for the Hutts. Kelborn was a scout for the Duros on Frontier Worlds. I brought them here, gave them a purpose. This galaxy will be ours again, I promise you. That is the future.
Indeed. The future is always in motion. It is a difficult thing to see. Perhaps there will be no New Age Mandalore, no great Mandalorian crusade. Perhaps your people fought their last battle at Malachor V, and you have been dying ever since, a quiet death that will last centuries. And perhaps all that remains will be what I see before me. A man wounded by a Jedi, encased in a Mandalorian shell, hunted by the thought of being the last of the Mandalorians.
You've got some guts talking to me like that. You think your age or your Jedi whelp are going to keep you safe from me?
No, Mandalore, you are wrong. I hope that it is you who will keep the one I travel with safe. You are loyal, and you have served many masters, even when they abandoned you. Do you wonder where she wanders now, Mandalore? Why she gave you your orders, then abandoned you at the edge of the galaxy?
How do you know that?
I know many things, and I can answer the question that burns within your shell, Mandalore. But there is a price. You must keep the one I travel with safe. He is important to me, more important than anything. Show the same loyalty you have shown in the past, Mandalore. If there is a Mandalorian crusade, Let it be for something that will carry your people's memory into the future. So when the time comes when there are no more Mandalorians, then at least their honor will remain. The one I travel with has walked your same path, and I ask that when the end comes, that you remember that kinship, even if it seems there is nothing else left.
Forget the Jedi. Keep your eyes on her.
That's my favorite Kreia personal cutscene, by the way, right there.
1, 2, 3. Mandalorians, we've got company. Stealth targets have breached our perimeter.
That also amuses the hell out of me, right there.
Wait a moment. I sense there is a disturbance in the camp. Our enemy has tracked us here. I did not expect them so soon. How did they get here, I wonder? Regardless, we must eliminate them all. None of them can escape. Our whereabouts must remain a secret. Let us join the battle. Our allies will need our help.
I love how in chat it says allies, quote unquote. Let's see. What color did we just get? Looks like another purple. Whatever. Just hoping for a good... Ah! So who should I bring? I'll take advice on this one. Who should I bring? Well, no, the reason he was counting when the bomb he tossed was going to go off, Cord. Or the grenade or whatever. Do. Doesn't matter. Okay. We'll bring our real team then. Or we won't? Oh, because we're still here. We'll bring our best then. And we'll level them up in a minute. I can target anyone. Hang on, there we go. Be the disciple. Sure. That's possible. Oh, it's the converter. I thought it was a grenade he tossed. Either way, I love the fact that he saw through the stealth. I mean, that actually makes perfect sense, doesn't it? They've got so many scanners in those helmets. Because he's on our ship, Kevin. Being busy. Oh, then let's ask the relevant question. Who should I bring for Onderon?
Seems trouble follows you on a regular basis. I think it's best for both of us if we head to Isis immediately. Grab your gear. My men will take care of cleaning up the mess.
Because now would be the time. Yeah, exactly, Alex. I like to think, this is just my personal headcanon. No, Django. I like to think that the HUD they have is similar to what Iron Man has in the MCU. Mira, huh? Well, we haven't made her a Jedi yet, so sure. Oh. And we'll bring Visas, because we haven't been. Wait, what? Oh, right, we have to bring him. Sure, that works. I forgot about that. Well, first I kill them, Gum-Gum, and then I kill them, and then I kill them! I mean, if you assume the dark side is passion, aggression, emotion, you know, forcing taking active measures, then yeah, that describes Mandalore quite well, I'd say.
Vaklu's saying that the Republic ship attacked first? That's madness!
Unfortunately, lie or not, it's a madness people will believe.
The timing of this is atrocious. A space battle above our skies, so many of our fighters lost?
Curiously, only Tobin's men were involved in that battle.
That shooter!
Strong word, Your Majesty. But there is no good time for news like this. I recommend we continue with our plan.
But won't that bring even more followers to Vaklu's side? Increasing his power?
For a time, perhaps. But we both know he's not the true threat. It's his unseen support from the shadows that we must drag out into the light. Then, and only then, can we strike.
I fear by then it will be too late.
So how old is she? Because someone asked us about this like 3 days ago. Yeah, I like Kavar. I like Kavar and I like the guy on Nar Shaddaa, whose name I can't pronounce.
The city of Isis. It's been shut down tight for months now. General Vaklu is close to declaring martial law. We won't be able to travel too far in the city. Fortunately, I have a friend in this quarter of the city. He's a doctor by the name of Dagon Gent. His office is on the other side of the market square. It might be best if you do the talking around here. The Onderonians have a mixed view of Mandalorians after we conquered their world.
Can't imagine why. Jedi Bacher. Bart Biker. God, I can't talk. Ahem. Aw, she's too young. Okay. So I think the only thing I can do right now is give more pluses to story. Bam, bam. There we go. We're done. We're done. Okay, cool. There we go. For Nar Shaddaa and for Dantooine, if you're wondering. The arcs. Yeah, I can't talk right now. Did I max out Lightsaber 2 already? No, I did. No, that's 2 up and where's Lightsaber 2? There it is. God dang it, I don't want any of your stupid powers. Yeah, my charisma is 10. My wisdom is 10. My intelligence is 10. Also known as average in terms of, you know, D&D stats. You're level... Oh my god, you're level 5. You know what? Boom. There. Whatever. We're just gonna do that. We're just gonna do that. So, Onderon, which we will be resuming after the break.